It's a great day for wrestling action here in Waukee, Iowa. My name's Eric Zamora, bringing you the coverage of this triangular as we've got high school wrestling here in 2020. As you can see by my appearance, it's going to be a little bit different, but fortunately we're able to bring it to you here on CISN as we've got a fantastic matchup with three wonderful schools here participating. The home squad of Waukee will first be facing off against Ankeny. Then the two visiting schools will be taking part in the second matchup. That will be Ankeny and Dowling Catholic. And then the home squad of Waukee will be back in action to end that third one. Joining me is Keith Bornis. And Keith, appreciate you taking the time. As you're going to learn throughout the broadcast here, I'm a little bit more familiar with some other sports, but really excited to be calling wrestling here with you today. And I think that on tap, we've got a fantastic trifecta ahead of us.
It really is. When you take three of the top 10 teams and you put them all in the same gymnasium on the night before winter break, it's the holiday season.
Well, and certainly when you talk about that going to break, none of these schools want to go into that break thinking, boy, if only we as a team and myself as an individual, we'd played a little bit better. They're not going to want to be doubting themselves. They're going to make sure that they end the year 2020, which has been an odd one, as strong as they can. When we take a look at this first matchup with Ankeny and the host Waukee, are there any particular weight class matchups that really intrigue you or jump out, or is it pretty much just across the board? But I imagine there's probably one or two that maybe have your eye more than others.
Well, yes, there are going to be a couple of matches that are going to be very, very good. And we can talk about those. We have the national anthem coming up here. So we're going to go to break real quick, and we'll come right back and talk about it.
At American Energy, we put our energy into making communities stronger, safer, and ready for the future. We support STEM education and community safety, special events, and economic development activities. We energize our cities and towns just like we have for decades, all to help make your community the place where you want to build your business, your legacy, and your life. It's another way we're obsessively, relentlessly at your service.
Hi, I'm Joe the Car Guy with Westside Auto. I'm excited to tell you about our new lifetime oil change plan. When you purchase our plan, you'll never have to pay for an oil change again. If you get a different car, simply transfer the plan over. If that car's oil needs are different than your original plan, just pay the difference. It couldn't be simpler. You won't have to worry about inflation or prices going up. Give us a call at Westside Auto Pros to get details on the lifetime oil change plan. And remember, when I say lifetime, I mean your lifetime, not just your car's.
And we are back here at Waukee High School, the gymnasium. And Keith, we were kind of talking about that going into the break there. But there are a couple of matchups here that kind of have piqued your interest. What are those that we're going to be looking forward to?
Well, what we're going to be looking at here is, Waukee comes in tonight. They have 10 guys ranked in the top 10 across the state. Ankeny has 6 guys that are ranked in the top 10. Dowling has 5. There are going to be ranked guys that end up going against each other tonight. So right off the kicker, we're going to be starting at 113 pounds tonight for this first match. That is one of the few matches where there isn't a ranked wrestler in the top 10. So we're going to start out there, coming out of 113 at 120. I'm really looking forward to watching Trevor Anderson from Ankeny, as he has come into the season, done a fantastic job. One of the things that he's done this year, he did have a win over a ranked wrestler out of Don Bosco earlier this year. You get to December, guys have had a lot of matches, but this year, because of how things have kind of been scaled back with COVID and teams being in school, being online, not being able to participate if you're online, Dowling has had, I believe, 2 outings so far, and Ankeny has had a few more than that. Waukee has had a few more than that. So we're not talking about guys that are coming into the winter break as good as they're going to be. And so it's those guys that have the experience that are going to kind of bring things along. And Trevor Anderson is certainly one of those guys. As you continue down the list, 120, Elijah Hoffbauer, ranked number 8, Trevor Anderson number 2. That's going to be a key. 126, Connor Kelly, the senior at rank number 3, going against number 5, Cale Cox. That's going to be a great match to watch. And then as we continue down, everybody is very interested to see Caleb Rachi wrestle, the number 1 ranked guy at 152 pounds. But more than likely, he's going to be wrestling at 160 tonight. We'll see how things go. Ankeny does have a few injuries that they need to work through, but we'll get to those as we're ready to get started here. Ankeny versus Waukee.
And that's Malhan for Ankeny and Koufax Christensen, and Koufax in the darker singlet, and looking to try to go up top early on Malhan. Malhan again wearing the Ankeny Hawks colors, and so far seems to be a little bit of a feeling out period, as a couple of times we've seen Christensen try to go up, now looking to go underneath, and kind of gets tangled up from there. You've got the 2-on-1 attempt, and now the official taking with the takedown, picking up the first 2 points of the match.
An outstanding job there by Christensen as he worked to that outside single, dropped down in there and picked up that knee, was able to finish it out, giving up the escape now as they're both back up on their feet.
And they go right back at it. Christensen taking that top position, trying to go over the top, and a nice job of resistance there by Malhan, as sometimes what you see out of wrestlers is best by not what they go with their game A plan, but having to resort to, hey, this isn't how we drew it up, and trying to slip out of it.
Absolutely. So far, Christensen has really shown some control here. He made the first shot for the takedown. On this next one, Malhan came in. He initiated the shot, but Christensen was able to counter and move into a takedown situation.
40 seconds left in the first period. And it is a 4-1 scoring at this point in favor of Christensen for Waukee.
Nice job there by Christensen. He's had that deep waist with a wrist, and he was ready to run the half Nelson, but instead of being able to continue on, the official stopped it for a little bit of blood time.
And with 30.9 left in the first period, still plenty of time to try to pick up some points here. What do you expect on the restart? What's going to be, if you're Malhan trying to get, you're already down right now 4-1, trying to get a little bit more squared away here.
Yeah, Christensen has really shown already that he does a great job controlling the hands. And so when you take a look at this start, there's going to have to be, for Malhan to get up and get out going quickly, it's going to have to happen quickly. And so I anticipate him trying to stop Christensen's hands from getting locked up in there.
Koufax Christensen in the top position, and a quick exit there by Malhan. The escape picks up a point. Getting back to that, Christensen, just a freshman, so you expect his team or his game to grow, but a great takedown there. Scores another 2, quickly on top, 6-2.
Yeah, nice job on the duck under as he gained control of the back of the neck and finished that in. Almost had the reverse half, but Malhan did a great job finishing that out. Now with the chicken wing, and just running out of time.
Well, and both of them, they went that full 120 seconds really going after it, and Malhan there at the end just trying to buy some time and knows to play smart there. Wasn't going to find an advantage there in the last 5 to 10 seconds. Now on top, and a escape by Christensen, and now kind of squaring away neutrally. He's going to try to get that advantage again, going with that wraparound. Now tries to go down low with the shot and tangles up. Looking for the escape is Malhan.
Great job by Christensen shooting in low. Had the ankle, however, Malhan was able to get out of the mat, but it continued to run out of the mat, fleeing the mat, so to speak, and so Christensen was awarded a point there.
Yeah, a technical there, and they lock up once again. Again, Christensen in the darker singlet, black with a little bit of gray and purple, and quickly reverses in and cuts down Malhan for the takedown. And Malhan at this point is really struggling to try to find an escape here, and as you were talking about, Christensen really taking control at this point of the match.
He is. He's done a great job getting Malhan tied up while in that down position. He's had a great effort there on the chicken wing and trying to get the far wrist. Now he's got the chicken ring, has jumped sides and looking for the half. He's doing a great job adjusting and changing his moves and pinning combinations as this second period is rolling on.
And credit Malhan here. I know that obviously Christensen in the superior position, but Malhan has done what he can to try to keep this match alive. Could have easily just kind of given up and surrendered the pin, but he's fighting for his life here with 25 seconds left in the second period.
Well, and on top of that, we're also at a point where we have to kind of check to see how people have done with their conditioning. Nobody has had a full season yet as far as getting good conditioning and just the experience of being on the mat enough.
Well, and that is a testament to the coaching staff for both sides as they try to get the players in the best shape they can. The head coach for Ankeny, Jack Wignall, and for the Waukee side, Chad Volmecki. But that's not just the head coach position. All the coaches and really the managers and athletic trainers as well, trying to get these young athletes in the best shape as you can in, as we've talked about earlier in the broadcast, really odd circumstances this season.
Well, they really have been some odd circumstances, and not only are you trying to get your conditioning done, but you also have to have your descent plan organized for guys to get to their optimal weight. And Christensen in a great position here, really showing some athleticism and great core strength as he was able to have the front headlock and rolled him back through, getting 3 back points, and just ran out of time.
Yeah, and it's been a match that obviously has heavily favored Koufax Christensen, just a freshman. But for Malhan, he is, again, giving it his all as we start this third period. And at this point, what are you looking for the young Ankeny Hawk here? What's his best approach to try to flip the script on what has been a dominating performance here for Koufax?
Well, Malhan has done a great job being able to get to his feet and he's been pretty aggressive trying to take the fight to Christensen, but Christensen has been able to counter any of those offensive shots by Mulhan. So Mulhan, he just has to stay in it and continue to stay aggressive and see if he can finish the moves that he starts. But Christensen, fantastic job changing levels, getting in on that double leg. But Mulhan able to get that whizzer in and counter out.
Yeah, Christensen with a couple of shots there, and it almost seems like he's really dictating the pace. There have been times where he's slowed things down, and then that really sets up that quick strike as he shoots low.
Yeah, nice job on the outside single again. He's going to have a high finish and brings Mulhan down for 2 points. It's 14-3 now with 1:20 to go in the third. So Waukee really working on getting the bonus points as we're looking at a major decision right now with the 11-point differential.
Yeah, and if they can get that north of 14, could pick up an extra point in that as well, as we're at the halfway point of the third period with the stoppage here, so exactly a minute to go. How much does that factor in for these young athletes? I mean, are they more concerned with those points, or at some point is it just about, I just want to finish this one off and pick up the W?
A lot of times that's talked about before you go into the match itself, and as a team you talk about, hey, we want to pick up bonus points as we go through. And so Christensen gave away a point there, so it's still the 10-point differential. Mulhan knows where we're at in the score here. His whole goal is to get it back down under 10, but not going to get it done there with that. Great job by Christensen getting the takedown, and he was looking at trying to give an escape, but didn't get away from him enough. Mulhan could be in a situation to, well, was in a pretty good spot to get a reversal, but Christensen showing great balance and taking over control of the match again.
18 seconds left in the third period, 16-4. Colfax Christensen on top, and we'll certainly break that down matchup by matchup, as you're right. There's going to be different ideas going into each matchup. Sometimes it's just going to be about trying to come up with the victory, and sometimes you're going to be trying to run up the score as the squads come to their feet, and some applause there.
16-4. Christensen over Mulhan as Waukee takes the 4-0 lead after one.
Yep, it's going to be a regular decision. Would be anything 7 points or left, awarding 3 points. That major decision in the 8 to 14 point range, picking up 4, 15 or more, a technical fall, picking up 5. And so now we go out it, and this is one of the matchups that you really liked. Trevor Anderson in for Ankeny, wearing again the lighter colored singlet, and it's got the bottom of the shoes easy to tell with that teal color, and immediately goes up top and is giving Elijah Hoffbauer all he can take early on, and the official will stop this with 1:37 left to go in the opening period.
Elijah Hoffbauer, the senior from Waukee, is doing a great job this year. He is ranked number 8, and one of the things that we'll always know about the Waukee wrestlers is no matter what your ranking is, you're going to be very aggressive as you go through. But Trevor Anderson, he is one of the top wrestlers in the state, number 2 so far, and had a great year last year as a sophomore. So the junior trying to take control here. He does have the takedown, but the near side cradle just didn't work out.
So Anderson right now, the sophomore, with a 2-0 lead, halfway point of this first period. And right now, Hoffbauer just seems to be grasping at the mat, trying to find anything to get his legs underneath him and find a sense of balance. Right now, it's been Anderson who's really had Hoffbauer's game off kilter, so to speak.
Nice job there by Anderson as he does get the pin over number 8, Hoffbauer. Trevor Anderson had a great tournament not too long ago, he had a win over a ranked wrestler out of Liberty, Missouri. And so he's certainly shown not only his abilities, but also the experience that he's had in wrestling some pretty high-ranked opponents.
On the right, Cale Cox, and on the left, Waukee's Connor Kelly, as the two joust a little bit. And you mentioned, at this point of the season, it's going to be a lot of feeling out and trying to find. You obviously want to be aggressive where you can, but the last thing you want to do is make a costly mistake early in the match because you were a little bit over-aggressive instead of reading the situation correctly.
Right, and these two guys certainly know how to set things up and get takedowns, as we're looking at Connor Kelly, ranked number 3, and Cale Cox, ranked number 5 in Class 3A.
And the two get caught up on the near side. And still a scoreless match, 44 seconds into this first period. And a little bit of a chess match here with two top 5 ranked wrestlers going at it, going up and over. There was Connor Kelly. And now from the downward position as we reach the halfway point of this first period, anything jumping out at you? I mean, to this point, from, again, not as trained an eye as yours, it seems like a pretty even match back and forth, with neither wrestler, because of solid defense, being able to generate much offense here.
Right. I've been waiting for a stalemate to be called here, and I think Connor Kelly has too. But Cale Cox has done a fantastic job. He had the shot in, was in deep, and was looking to get that finished, but he just couldn't, because when you take a look at what Connor Kelly is able to do, he's got great strength and great balance. And after that minute-long battle, Connor Kelly comes out on top with the 2-point takedown. A lot of action for just a 2-0 score at this point in the match.
10.6 seconds left in the period. Both players showing flexibility, agility, and really showing how strong they are on their feet. So the restart here. Again, Kelly now in the top position.
Fantastic job there, dropping back down to the double leg. He just got to maintain control here for the last 10 seconds. Got it done. He'll go into the second period with a 2-0 lead. It is his choice.
And it's almost a shame that the clock ran where it was. That was just starting to develop, and both the players just escaping the time frame, but they'll get right back at it here at the start of the second period, as we've got Cox on top here.
Yeah, Kelly's choice here going into the second period. He chose the down position. Nice job getting his hips away. He was able to control hands as he came up into that stand-up position. Got his hips away and was able to spin out to get the 1-point escape.
So right now it is Connor Kelly of Waukee with the 3-0 lead, as the first quarter of the second period has expired.
Great job there by Cox as he got the outside single there. Was starting to come around, but now Connor Kelly has a lot of pressure on that shoulder as he got the whizzer in. He's also putting a lot of pressure down on the head. Great job getting the stalemate called by Connor Kelly.
And I think one of the areas that those who are new and just starting to get into wrestling is the false perception that so much of it is about upper body strength. And as we've seen early on in these matches, lower body is dictating almost everything, not just with the power they're trying to generate, but also using those legs to really try to wrap up and try to make sure that their opponent doesn't have an escape easily.
Well, yeah, if you have a strong lower body, a lot of times your center of gravity is a little bit lower, and you want to make sure that you get good leverage, pressure where you need to get it, and a lot of times that's going to come from using hips very, very well.
And earlier in the matchups, we saw a couple with some underclassmen, but you talked about, particularly this point of the season, really looking to find some good matchups with guys with experience. Both of these guys would classify here as they're certainly a little bit more familiar with one another than probably some of those earlier ones we saw.
Yeah, the experience that these two guys have really is showing through here, as there has been a lot of things. Cox in on a great job on the double leg and getting that takedown. All that fight that has happened so far, and he's right back in this. Not that he was ever out of it, but now the score is right where it needs to be as far as Cox is concerned, only being down 3-2 going into the third.
In a matchup that sees points coming few and far between, you're right, that almost would have felt like an insurmountable lead if it had remained 3-0 going into the third period, but 3-2, really it's anybody's ball game at this point.
It really is. We're going to be talking about the potential for an escape here to tie that up, and Cox is able to do that. Great hip control as he was able to press himself away from the grip of Connor Kelly.
And you can tell just how into it everybody is as the benches are fired up. And, you know, it's all matchups obviously important in these standings, but it seems like at this point, this 126-pound matchup just means a little bit more than some of the early ones we've seen.
Yes. And the other thing that Cale Cox has done is he has been aggressive all night so far. He's taken the fight to Connor Kelly. And now Kelly has a stall warning against him, so he's going to have to start being a little bit more aggressive, because he certainly doesn't need to give up a point for stalling as Cox continues to push forward. There was no stall there as Connor Kelly dove in low. He's got the single, but nothing else. He's going to have to come up with that leg. Cox doing a great job with the far side ankle, preventing him from stepping up and finishing that with the being able to switch off to a double leg.
So Connor Kelly goes with that low shot, but it was handled beautifully by Cale Cox, and ever since then, it's been Cox in control. He's now on top, 5-3.
Nice job there, and you can kind of see some of the just being tired. You know, both these guys, as good as they are, maybe haven't wrestled enough full matches yet to really test their conditioning in competition. With 25 seconds to go, Connor Kelly's going to have to get something done below here to get up and get out of there.
And as soon as Cox, with that takedown and the 2-point lead, really has gone into, I won't say a defensive mode, but he's just trying to create defense by going on the offensive and making sure that Kelly, at this point, was just struggling to stay alive in the match. He picks up another point, and that is going to be enough for a 6-3 victory for Cale Cox.
Nice job by the number 5, Cale Cox, over number 3, Connor Kelly.
All right, we will take a quick break away from the action, and we'll be back with more wrestling action here on CISN.
35 years in the automotive industry, I had the opportunity to build on the American dream, just like Henry Ford did over 100 years ago.
Introducing the all-new DeArmond Ford Indianola.
Like Ford Motor Company, we're a family-led business guided by our core values of hard work, trust, honesty, and integrity.
People drive to Indianola to buy Fords.
The all-new DeArmond Ford, DeArmondFord.com.
Built for America, sold by DeArmond Ford Indianola.
35 years in the automotive industry, I had the opportunity to build...
132-pound weight class, and Thurman Christensen, the senior, with a couple of takedowns back-to-back, starting hot out of the gate, a 4-1 lead over Lincoln Folkers.
Christensen ranked number 3 in Class 3A. Ankeny does have a ranked wrestler at 132 pounds, Jace Anderson, but he's not... in the lineup tonight, as Lincoln Folkers here is wrestling at 132 pounds. It's a 4-1 lead right now for Thurman Christensen, and he is getting some back points. He's got 3 ready, but hasn't been awarded yet because he didn't give up, hasn't given up that control of it yet.
Folkers there with an acrobatic little twist there as he, in the down position, now spun around, up and over. And still trying to finish things off here is Christensen.
Great job by Christensen. He is, you have to have a lot of confidence, a lot of strength to be able to pull off what he's done, as he has gone through and done those suicide rolls a couple of different times here to get some extra back points. Up 7-1, he needs to get a couple more to get into that major decision range.
So Christensen now looking to try to generate some power from underneath and ends up swinging Folkers up and over.
You got to be impressed with Folkers here, as he has been able to stay tough in all of this. Real good hip strength, and was able to fight out of that and only gave up back points on 2 occasions rather than in 4. Okay, so Folkers had his opportunity to choose. He defers, which Christensen now has chosen to go neutral. And he's kind of dominated from the top position, so there's a good reason why. And now he has the 8-point differential, as Waukee wants to get back into control of this match, being down 9-4 in the team score.
And so Christensen there with that low shot and just upending Folkers. Credit Folkers there, as he could have been a little bit stunned by the takedown, but has seemed to, after giving up that 2 points here to start period number 2, has settled down a little, but once again we see Christensen kind of flexing his will and dictating how things go down, and that's exactly what we see with fall being awarded for Christensen and the victory as well.
So, yeah, Christensen did a great job there. What you saw, he got into that cow catcher and was able to get Folkers over onto his back. Folkers fought very hard until Christensen was able to lift his head just a little bit, drive his hips down into Folkers' chest and bring him down onto the mat, get his shoulders down.
Cole Ferguson for Waukee, battling Ryan Allen.
Well, Ryan Allen is going to bump up tonight, and he's going to wrestle at 145. So this is Kenny Paczynski, a junior, against number 4 ranked Cole Ferguson.
And so again, we see Waukee for the second straight match getting out to an early 4-1 lead, although just as I say that, the Ankeny squad pulling within a point.
Nice job there by Ferguson, as he is really being aggressive here against Paczynski, but was just too far out of bounds to get a takedown there. So I anticipate a little bit more of the same here, as Ferguson has kind of controlled the pace of this match so far.
Yeah, and so there Ferguson trying to get a similar result, but a little bit closer to center, as he gets another 2 points on the takedown at the halfway point of this first period.
That right there was a takedown clinic on how to stay aggressive and not give up after the first shot fails, but to remember the match is still on, and you can put a chain of moves together to finish your takedown.
So in control here, Cole Ferguson, as you mentioned, 4th ranked in the 138-pound weight class. And again, credit Paczynski, the couple of times that he's gotten in trouble, he's been able to do it at the edge of the boundary, and that's really allowed him an ability to get out of some tough jams.
Yes, the awareness of where you are on the mat is pretty key.
And so once again, going after it is Ferguson, as again he in the darker singlet with the familiar Waukee Warrior colors.
Ferguson doing a great job here getting the chicken wing, and he's moving back and forth between getting him tilted over like he's doing it here. He's going to sit through, and just ran out of time. But he was also switching sides and working the half Nelson as well. Nice job there getting 2 points here to end the period. 8-2 going into the second period.
And Ferguson there, not just with the 6-point lead on the scoreboard, but really trying to do what he can to take a little bit of the gas out of the tank of Paczynski, and did a nice job with that. Paczynski still from the reverse side trying to find a way to make sure that Ferguson doesn't escape.
Yeah, one of the things that Ferguson's able to do is when you're on the offensive, a lot of times it takes so much more energy when you're on the defensive, fighting off your back and trying to continuously stop an offensive series or flurry that Ferguson has put together there. And then on that, when Ferguson was able to stand up here to start the second period, he just kind of stood there because it's up to the top person, the position in the top position, to return him to the mat, which he just stood there, and Paczynski was not able to return him to the mat. He ended up taking a stall. He got warned for stalling, and right after the warning came, Ferguson was able to do a standing switch and has not relinquished any control since.
Yeah, and so right now it looks like Paczynski just grasping for anything he can, and at the same time, Ferguson just running up the scoreboard as he's on back-to-back plays, gotten 3 back points.
So we're going to be looking at an 18-2 finish here as Ferguson completely dominated that match. That gives Waukee a 15-9 lead after 5 matches.
Dominic Rubino, the wrestler for the home squad, Cole Lansing in for Ankeny. Rubino, a little bit of an edge there, but the two will separate and go right back at it. Rubino further away from the camera in your shot right now, and in that hawk singlet, and looking to switch out. Just inside the boundary, the two kind of dance and tight rope, and then a takedown but out of bounds.
Nice job there by it's Ryan Allen wrestling for Ankeny right now, as he's normally the 138-pounder but bumped up tonight. And so Ryan Allen is wrestling against Rubino. And, yes, a great flurry there towards the edge of the mat.
We'll take a quick timeout. We'll be back with more action here on CISN.
Hi, I'm Chris from Fireplace Superstore. Fall is upon us and fireplace season is here, and you need one of the brand new Heat and Glow gas fireplace inserts. They're the perfect retrofit for that old wood-burning fireplace that you're not using. You get beautiful flames, you get heat, you get easy operation, and they're all brand new Heat and Glow gas fireplace inserts. Please come see us, Fireplace Superstore, 109th and Douglas in Urbandale.
And a 15-9 lead for Waukee in the team matchup, and Rubino starts things off here in that restart with a 2-point takedown.
The restart is certainly an opportunity for you to surprise your opponent. You spent all that time so far trying to feel each other out to see who's going to be aggressive, where you think you can attack, how they're balanced, and then have a little blood time trying to get things back in order, and right off the whistle, a dive in for a takedown. And Rubino's doing a great job. It has the legs hooked in there, putting a lot of pressure, that forward pressure on Allen right now. And he's kind of in a fight to get up and out of there.
And I would make the comparison to a couple other sports like basketball and hockey, where you have that set play, that set piece, as you were talking about. Some players will just take that time to kind of refresh, but really you want to be thinking about how you want to approach that restart, and certainly Rubino used that to his advantage with another forceful demonstration. And
Rubino did a great job there with the half Nelson and the near side ankle. Has Allen in a predicament here, but Allen doing a great job, able to fight off his back, only giving up 3, as Rubino takes a 5-0 lead going into the second period.
So earlier we had Christensen start things off at the 113 weight class for Waukee with a victory. Ankeny won the next 2 matches, Anderson and Cox, but the last 2 have gone the way of the Warriors with Christensen and Ferguson. Rubino on the mat right now, and the 2 with a little bit of a dance there, and Rubino picks up a quick 3 points, 1 on the escape, and then a 2-point takedown.
Great job there by Rubino as he was able to duck down under that throw and roll Allen through. Now he's got a leg over the top, and he's able to get that crossface going. If he can scoot his hips. Oh, great job by Allen. He was able to push that elbow over the top of his head. Rubino has that leg hooked in there for salvation, we'll call it. He doesn't want to get too high in his riding and get flipped up over the top.
And again, a lot of times the thought process is, well, whichever person has the high ground has got the advantage. But that's not always the case with wrestling. You can find positions where you're underneath, but still dictating play, so to speak.
Absolutely. Not so much in this case, as Rubino was able to get a cradle in there. He still has it locked up, so he's got no points awarded yet. I think he has 3, but he's going to be looking here for a pin, as this time he steps over the head. And nice job there, finishing him up, getting him stacked up, as Rubino does get the pin over Ryan Allen. So far, there's only been 1 match tonight where bonus points have not been scored, and that was at the
126-pound level.
Yeah, 126 pounds.
Colin Driscoll steps in for the Waukee Warriors at 152-pound class with his squad on top, 21-9 on the team side. And immediately the 2 locking horns early and pushing over to the left side of the mat. And Driscoll awarded the 2 points on the takedown.
Nice job there by Driscoll as he was able to finish that. And he had his arm in between the legs of Cole Lansing, who's wrestling for Ankeny. And, what's going on right now is Ankeny has moved wrestlers up tonight to fill their lineup. And so Cole Lansing wrestling up a weight. Driscoll was able to take him down. He was trying to get him turned over. Didn't work the first time. Gave up an escape, was able to take Lansing down again, and that's where we're sitting right now, 4-2 in favor of Driscoll.
1:04 left to go in the first period. 4-2 with Driscoll with the advantage.
What a beautiful job there by Driscoll as he dropped down to the outside single. And what a lot of times what wrestlers forget to do on this outside single is they got to drop that elbow down on the inside of the knee to trap that knee from being able to spin away from you. And Driscoll did a great job of putting that knee down or his elbow down to block that knee.
It does multiple things at the same time. You're limiting movement, but you're also limiting leverage at that point as well.
Absolutely. So Driscoll picked up the takedown, has not gotten any back points yet, as Lansing is doing a great job fighting off his back, or at least not getting his back exposed to the mat long enough, and he finished out the period here. So it is 6-2 in favor of Driscoll. Driscoll's choice here in the second, and he is choosing neutral.
So the Waukee Warriors have won the last 3 matchups, and Driscoll trying to make it 4 for 4 as he's got another 2-point takedown and quickly out to I was going to say half a dozen lead, and just as I say that, a reversal.
Yes, Driscoll got a little bit out of position there, and Lansing was able to scoot underneath for the reversal. Lansing did a nice job trying to get some control, but his hips didn't follow tight enough, and Driscoll was able to get the reversal back. So 10-4 in favor of Driscoll.
That's what we'd call up and down the quarter end-to-end action, as it was a couple of takedowns with a reversal in between. And when we saw earlier a really defensive matchup at the 126-pound level, that's not been the case here, as finishing this off is Colin Driscoll.
Great job there by Driscoll as he was able to step over the head and finish that with a pin, extending Waukee's lead to 27-9.
So Caleb Rathjen again wrestling up Jermaine Samler, the senior for the Warriors, and right out of the gate, Rathjen with a shot down low. And Rathjen picks up the 2 points on the takedown, but the escape gives Samler a point and cuts that lead in half.
Both these guys very good football players as well. Samler on Waukee's football team did a great job this year. One of the things about Caleb Rachi is the fact that everybody knows his wrestling prowess, but they didn't really bargain for how hard he can actually hit in the defensive backfield. So, 2 football players here going at it on the wrestling mat.
And it's an interesting point that you bring up, because it's not like you'll often see wrestlers playing football, and they could be on teams that are, varying degrees. But you've got the school that won the football championship at the highest level here in the state of Iowa, and then the one team that defeated them all year.
That's right. So both schools have had a great fall. And it'll be interesting to see how basketball and everything goes with these schools as well, as both teams have had great success in their past and their history in the basketball court as well. But Rachi controlling this match. Samler is a very good wrestler, but Rachi, he's in a league of his own.
And a much-needed 6 points, as prior to that, it was a 27-9 advantage for Waukee, but the Hawks able to pull the score to 27-15. We'll take a quick timeout here, and we'll be back with more wrestling action here at Waukee. You're watching Wrestling on CISN.
Central Bank opened its doors in 1877 and has been proud to call Iowa home ever since. For more than a century, our family-owned business has worked hand-in-hand with friends and neighbors across the state to make their dreams a reality. Come visit us at our new location on Hickman and Waukee and see how Central Bank can make it happen for you.
From Waukee High School, back with the 170-pound matchup, as Waukee with a 27-15-pound lead. And out of bounds, no points being rewarded here.
Nate Nessa is wrestling for Ankeny at 170 pounds. The predicament had Nessa ranked 9th at 182 pounds, so we'll see where Nessa is going to end up here this year. Blake Hawk is wrestling for Waukee. So this should be an interesting matchup here, as Nessa has shown some prowess throughout his career, stepping into the lineup and Hawk has been pretty successful as well.
Hawk kind of surveying the landscape as he tries to find a path to an attack, and it's been kind of a stalemate to this point. Now, just as I say that, Hawk is no points awarded.
Great flurry of action there. Both guys showing some agility and speed. Hawk just a little bit out of control there as he threw Nessa across the mat and was able to grab an ankle, but they were too far out of bounds. Nessa getting Hawk underneath as Hawk did a little push-pull action, tried to get into that double leg takedown, but Nessa able to get his hips back and is now in head of front headlock. Still has it. Needs to get that head pulled by, see if he can drop down and get a takedown here with 12 seconds to go.
The whole thing started with Hawk with a low shot that was defended beautifully by Nessa, and then it looked like Nessa had the upper hand, and these two have shown early on, as we have a scoreless first period, that we could be looking at another matchup like we had at 126 pounds, where it's going to be a low-scoring defensive affair with each team trying to get just enough of an edge to come away with the victory. Nessa on the restart. On top, the junior.
And riding high, Hawk able to get underneath that, come out the back door, and now we'll see what kind of control he can muster up from the top position. Neither one of them were able to get control of the other from their feet, but we'll see what happens here in that top position for Hawk, as Nessa is going to have to get some scrambling done here to get up and out of there.
And Nessa does just that. The situation had Hawk in a dominating position, and Nessa was able to get out for just a moment. That was enough to step out now and escape. Will have the lead of Blake Hawk.
Nice duck under there by Nessa, but he just didn't finish it, and so Hawk was able to duck down underneath again. He's got that low single. Nessa trying to get as much pressure on his head as he can and maybe get it hold of the near side ankle, try and lift that up and flatten out Hawk, but stalemate happens. We'll start again from the neutral position.
62 seconds remain in the middle period as Hawk with a 2-1 lead for his Waukee Warriors here at the 170-pound level. And Nessa met with some resistance from down below as Hawk trying to lift up with those back muscles, and Nessa just kind of keeping him stagnant. Now comes up and spins him.
Fantastic job there by Nessa. Hawk came in on a great low-level attack with that out with a single leg. Got both hands locked around his thigh, but Nessa put an incredible amount of pressure on Hawk. Hawk not able to fight through and finish it, and finally the grip broke and Nessa spun around for the 2 points.
6 seconds left to go in period number 2, and it looks like, though not for a lack of trying, the second period will finish with the score remaining 3-2 in favor of Nate Nessa.
Okay, and we're going to start even as Hawk goes ahead and awards him the escape. And he's in low again, but he didn't bring his hips with him. He's got to be able to come through and finish those with the hips. Nessa able to stop that offensive shot with a lot of hip pressure of his own, keeping Hawk's head on the mat. Nessa rolls around again, or spins around for a 2-point takedown, extending his lead 6-2 with 1:30 to go in the third.
Now, in such a low-scoring affair, what is the mindset of Hawk saying, I'm just going to award the escape and try to start out at neutral ground?
Well, with it being as close, you want as much time as you can to work toward the takedown, and you certainly don't want to give up 2 points accidentally. on a reversal, so you just go ahead and give him the 1-point escape, start neutral. And he took the shot right to him. He was very aggressive off that. He just didn't bring his hips. His head got too low, and his hips stopped, and Nessa took advantage of it.
And certainly the kind of theme for the night so far has been the aggressor has gone the spoils more often than not. 48 seconds left to go in our third period, and it is Nate Nessa at the 170-pound weight class with a 6-2 lead. We'll make that 6-3 as Hawk able to get the escape.
Yeah, Nessa went ahead and let Hawk go. He's going to try and extend his lead, but he needs to get a takedown. What he needs is Hawk to continue to shoot, because Nessa has been so good with the sprawl and able to stop that offensive shot and then work his way back around. I don't know if he's going to get this done. He's got 17 seconds, but he won't extend the lead any if Hawk doesn't shoot on him. Nessa just has not been all that strong on the shot yet. But he's got that potential there.
And Nessa looks like he's going to tie up and will ride out the clock. So a come from behind victory as Nate Nessa with a 6-3 victory when he was down early but stuck with the game plan, and that may have been one of those where Nessa really tried to ride on his conditioning and try to finish out stronger than he started the match.
Yes. All right, so Griffin Gamble for Waukee here at 182 pounds, ranked number 1 in 4A. He is going against, was going to go against Will Hinrichs here at 182 for Ankeny. Hinrichs is actually 170 pounds, kind of that utility guy on Ankeny's team when they need to have somebody fill in. Just not quite there to beat Nessa, and with Benetham out tonight, he had to step in and come up, and not an easy task as you enter this one and end up wrestling the number 1 guy in the weight class above you.
Gamble, a junior, and goes right to work, and he seems to be in his office here as he has got Hinrichs sprawling and trying to find an escape, but unable to, as Gamble is able to pick up the pin in 1 minute and 4 seconds and pick up a big 6 points for his squad.
And things don't really get any easier as we move into 195 pounds. Tanner Spikesma has been kind of a mainstay here on Waukee's wrestling team at the varsity level. Now we're going to take a look at, well, actually, I'm sorry. Cade Benetham is actually wrestling up tonight from 182 pounds to 195, as Jackson Pennegroth is actually out this evening. My apologies as we went through that.
And that's a great example of what a team game this is, how much you rely on your teammates, because in some of those critical classes, if you've got a player out, it can really put the team at a disadvantage throughout a variety of the matchups.
Yes, and Spikesma coming out right away, getting the takedown. He's got Benetham all tangled up here. But Benetham, good athlete, is working his way up. Dropped his head just enough there to let that half Nelson come in. You don't want to make mistakes like that when you're up against a wrestler caliber of Spikesma.
Spikesma, again, in the top position in the black singlet, and looking to kind of set the table here as he brings his opponent Benetham back towards center. And now spins him around and looking to go in for the kill. And credit Benetham with just enough resistance to prolong the match, but not able to hold on as Spikesma picks up the pin with 38.9 seconds left in the first period.
And we're going to go to a quick break here. We'll come back for some action here in a moment.
Mid-American Energy, we put our energy into making communities stronger, safer, and ready for the future. We support STEM education and community safety, special events, and economic development activities. We energize our cities and towns just like we have for decades, all to help make your community the place where you want to build your business, your legacy, and your life. It's another way we're obsessively, relentlessly at your service.
Cale Winter representing the Waukee Warriors at the 220-pound level, a junior. And a little bit of a stiff arm there. Fending off. Fake the low shot and then defends. Minute 15 to go in the opening period. 39-18. Waukee flexing their muscle on the scoreboard. But a scoreless match here to this point as we approach the halfway point of the period.
Schweide doing a great job on that low single, but he didn't bring his hips high enough to be able to bring Cale Winter down over the top. And so credit Cale Winter for keeping, I'm pronouncing his name Schweide. I assume it's correct, but I'm not 100% sure.
And a takedown by Winter.
Nice job on the bear hug there by Winter as he was able to drop Schweide down to the mat and to his back and ended up getting 2 points near fall as well.
And Schweide looking to try to spring himself off the mat, does swing his legs around, looking for an escape, and then Winter closes in again. He's certainly been the aggressor here in period number one. A 4-0 lead for that. He's got 5 seconds left in the period, and it looks like the two will relinquish the first period and get right back at it. But a good establishment there by Winter as he takes the early 4-0 lead.
Nice job. Yes, being able to keep action going. My apologies to Ankeny as I just didn't get enough information. I usually get a call into my, what I consider my Ankeny historian, Brian Sharp, but I didn't have a chance to get to him this week. And so, Sharpie, I imagine you're watching, and next time, expect the phone call.
And so back up off the mat and then right back down is Winter as he is spiked by Schweide.
And he was brought down hard.
Our off-court mics picking that sound up of the thunderous. And again, that was the intent at least there for Schweide, but credit Winter, who is in the midst of being thrown and turns defense quickly into offense and is able to pick up the fall and the victory.
Nice job. Both these guys, as big as they are, I mean, you get into that 220 range and you're going to have that in-between athlete, that bigger guy with good quickness, good strength, but neither one of them had a high center of gravity. Those that lower center of gravity at these guys, it's hard to get their hips off the mat when you return them to the mat.
And the last matchup here with
Well,
Waukee.
we got a couple more here as we started at 113. So we will finish up with 106 pounds after this.
So I am corrected there, but it's Zach Polensky for the Ankeny Hawks and Matt Kaputska for Waukee. And picking up 2 points on the takedown is Kaputska, a senior. against Polinsky, the junior. Polinsky will start in the down position. And Kaputska quickly grasps that left wrist. And from there, once he's in that position, difficult as Polinsky is able to fight off. And again, once Kaputska's got that left hand kind of immobilized, difficult for Polinsky to get really much leverage from underneath.
Well, what we don't always pick up just looking at it is everybody anticipates that there's always a downward pressure that the guy on top puts in there. Mm-hmm. But what you're seeing here out of Kaputska is the fact that not only is there a downward pressure, but there's a forward pressure. You can really see the forward pressure coming with his hips. And that makes it very difficult to get up and out. Even when there isn't we always say, if they're not on your shoulders, bring your shoulders up. Well, it's pretty hard to do when that forward pressure is coming from behind you, and there's already down pressure happening automatically. And it's pretty tough to get up out of there. So Kaputska doing a great job controlling the top. And we've already seen Polinsky has been called for, warned for stalling, but right now I kind of feel like he's just trying to hang in there for dear life, and he kind of lost it there.
Polinsky there trying to bridge and was able to for just a moment, but Kaputska is able to put the finishing touches off. And as you alluded to, we will have the 106 weight class.
And this is going to be a great match. We have two freshmen that are going against each other tonight, and they're both ranked in the top 10. Ben Hansen is ranked number 10, and Carter Freeman ranked number 2. That's pretty impressive to be ranked number 2 as a freshman.
And so it is Hansen for the Hawks, fighting off a little bit of an arm bar, and then a shot taken by Freeman. He quickly pounces and gets the 2-point takedown. Hansen does pick up a point for the escape before stoppage for the boundary. And a minute 37 on the clock when the restart.
Hansen has already had some success this year. He did pick up a win over a ranked Indianola wrestler earlier this year, but when you're going up against number 2, that's kind of a tall order here, as Freeman is certainly in control.
And this can be tough to project, but as you talked about, Freeman already a freshman, and the number 2 rank as he picks up the pin and the victory. You've got to imagine that as his career goes on, we'll keep an eye on him as where he keeps in the class as he gets older and more experienced, of possibly being somebody that moves up into those higher weight classes.
Well, right. If he's going to continue to have the success that he's got right now, the one thing that he's really wanting to do is make sure that he builds strength, but not in a lot of weight. If you're going to come in as a freshman and be ranked like both these young men were, you got to have good body control. You got to have good technique, but most importantly, you got to be strong enough to go up against guys that just have 2 and 3 years more experience than you do.
So the Ankeny Hawks able to pick up victories from Anderson, Cox, Rathjen, and Nessa, but end up falling to Waukee by a final score of 57-18. We'll go ahead and step away from the action as we throw it to break, but we'll be back. Up next, it will be the Ankeny Hawks taking on the Maroons of Dowling Catholic on your home for high school wrestling, CISN.
Reminder during intermission time.
Focus. To define what is most important and commit yourself fully. It's why at Fairway, only the best meat makes the cut. Our fresh fish is full of flavor, and our produce is picked with incredible care. It's why we have fewer aisles, greater savings, and the most personal service. At Fairway, our focus is and always will be giving you the best in meat and grocery.
In Iowa, we grow corn, but to us, corn is more than a cash crop. It's part of who we are. Corn supports our livestock, helping our animals thrive. Corn fuels us. Ethanol powers our state as we push towards a clean, burning future. Corn nourishes us. It gives us an abundance of good food that nourishes our families, helps our student athletes grow stronger. In Iowa, we grow corn. But the truth is, corn grows Iowa.
Obsessively, relentlessly. That's what you can always expect, even when faced with the unexpected. It's a service we take seriously, providing comfort in the rain, tools to help you save, a helping hand along the way, and from a safe distance away, delivering the energy you need while going the extra mile. Regardless of the times, our team remains committed to you.
Hi, I'm Joe the Car Guy with Westside Auto. Without question, the COVID-19 pandemic created many disruptive changes in our lives. Some of us got sick, jobs and income were compromised, it was difficult to even spend time with family and friends. But one thing hasn't changed, and that's Westside Auto Pro's commitment to quality service, and that will never change. We're here to make sure you get maximum performance and reliability from your vehicle. So as we all move forward, keep Westside Auto Pros in mind. You've been through enough. We'll make sure your car is the least of your worries.
Iowans know that winter means snow, ice, and freezing temps. Severe weather can make the roads downright dangerous. Truck Equipment Incorporated has the toughest work equipment that can stand up to the harshest conditions. Look for Western brand snowplows, quality you can count on. Buy new or utilize our repair services. We'll order new parts for same-day pickup or delivery. And now you can shop from home with our virtual showroom. Go to truckequipment.com today.
After 35 years in the automotive industry, I had the opportunity to build on the American dream, just like Henry Ford did over 100 years ago.
Introducing the all-new DeArmond Ford Indianola.
Like Ford Motor Company, we're a family-led business guided by our core values of hard work, trust, honesty, and integrity.
People drive to Indianola to buy Fords.
The all-new DeArmond Ford, DeArmondFord.com.
Built for America, sold by DeArmond Ford Indianola.
And in the first matchup of the triangular, it was Waukee picking up a 57-18 victory over the Ankeny Hawks. We'll go ahead and run through those scoring recaps as we take a look at the mats being sanitized here in between the matchups. Again, Ankeny up next will take on Dowling Catholic. They started out in the 113-pound category, and it was a 16-4 victory for freshman Koufax Christensen over Fanu Malhan, and that put the Waukee squad in a 4-0 lead. And as my colleague Keith Bornes pointed out, there were early in the contest a little bit more of the matches that went the full length, but as we got into the upper weight classes, particularly 145 pounds and on, it was almost nothing but falls after that. The Ankeny squad was able to pick up back-to-back victories, with Trevor Anderson with a 6-point fall victory over his counterpart Elijah Hoffbauer, and then Cale Cox with that, I think, one of the more interesting matchups that we had. And as you pointed out, to that point, it was the first match that didn't see any bonus points, and they were few and far between. In fact, just 2 of them in that entire matchup of the 2 schools.
That's right. You know, and you're going to look at the score and think, man, that was a really lopsided score. But the matches themselves had potential to go either way in several matches. You take a look at that one you were just talking about at 132 pounds. I'm sorry, at 126 pounds. And it ended up being an upset, as number 8 was able to upset number 5. I'm sorry, number 5 over number 3.
Mm-hmm.
It's just not anything that people were anticipating. It was more of a it could happen. Ankeny kind of has shown that they're a very good team. You know, you come in, you're ranked 7th. They've had very close matches up until tonight. They earlier got beat by Cedar Falls 34-32, and they lost to Fort Dodge 37-31. It just really shows the caliber, the caliber of wrestling that they have, knowing that they are ranked number 7. Fort Dodge, I believe, is number 4 right now, right behind Waukee. And so there's going to be a lot of good wrestling as things continue on. Ankeny was also just came out of a tournament this past weekend, placing 5th down in Indianola. So Dowling versus Ankeny coming up here in just a few minutes. I think it's scheduled for 6:45 is when we're going to go. And so number 7 versus number 10. We're going to be starting at 120 pounds, where we're looking at potentially Trevor Anderson, again, number 2, going against number 5, Ethan Mahoney. Then we're going to have some more matches where there are ranked wrestlers, but not necessarily going against each other. There could possibly be a matchup between Rachi and Deary at 160 pounds. But we'll see what the teams do here as they look to score the team points. They want to get their wrestlers enough experience right now, but at the same time, you kind of want to show everybody in the state just how good a team you have as well, as you're going to, throughout, well, tonight and all of January, set yourself up for where you could possibly fall where it comes to the state dual team tournament. And when you get into those regional dual team meets, it's the top 24 teams that qualify, and the top 8 will host. So, you want to make sure that you set your team up for that, as well as getting the individual wrestling experience throughout this season.
And with that victory that Cale Cox had, it at the time put Ankeny on top by a 9-4 lead, but that's the last time they would lead in the match. And Thurman Christensen, the senior, a reliable wrestler, picking up a victory at the 132-pound weight class, started a string of 4 straight victories, 3 of 4 coming with those full 6 points awarded, as Cole Ferguson was able to pick up a victory by an 18-2 score, and then back-to-back pins by Dominique Rubino and Colin Driscoll. At the 160-pound weight class, it was Caleb Rathjen who picked up a victory by fall. Nate Nessa then in that other one that we saw that did not have any extra points awarded was victorious with a 6-3 score. But then the last 5 matchups going the way of Waukee, with Griffin Gamble, Tanner Spikesma, Cale Winter, Matt Kaputska, and then back to the 106-pound weight class, Carter Freeman. So for this Waukee squad, obviously they've still got one more matchup, as they'll get their opportunity with Dowling Catholic later this evening. But to this point in tonight's action, they've got to be pretty happy with where they're at and kind of their mindset heading into the winter break.
Well, right. And, over the past several years, it's been a situation where most teams can tell you who the top 3, who the top 4 teams in the state are. But you get into 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, there can be quite a bit of difference between number 1 and number 10.
Mm-hmm.
Dowling had to square off against Polk right away for their opening meet of this season, and they ended up losing 49-21 to Polk. They won 5 matches, and they thought, hey, that was pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
So, Southeast Polk being number 1, Waverly Shell Rock being number 2, Waukee 3, Fort Dodge 4, Iowa City West 5, Bettendorf 6, Ankeny 7, Johnston 8, Linn-Mar 9, and Dowling rounding out the top 10. Those upper 3 teams usually are pretty consistent, pretty tight in a team score situation. You start getting into 5, 6, 7, and 8, there's kind of that gap, and we saw that tonight with Waukee over Ankeny. We do know that Ankeny is beat up just a little bit, but I don't know that that's going to make that big a difference in the team scoring. So Waukee, yes, certainly showing that they are right now worthy of that top 3 ranking.
Yeah, and as these teams kind of square off here in this next upcoming, I'm a little bit curious about the schedule to this point. Has the wrestling here in the metro area seen a similar schedule to what we would have seen in years past, or have things really been changed simply because of the world going on around us with the pandemic?
Well, yeah, you take a look at, so far Valley hasn't, today was the first day they could start practice. Mm-hmm. So, you have teams that just have not even been in their own wrestling rooms yet, and we have teams that have been in the wrestling room for 2 weeks, or we've had teams that have been in the wrestling rooms since the beginning of the season. So there's inconsistency with the number of matches that kids have been wrestling, and teams that you would normally have gone against already at this point in the season. The big thing right now for the athletes is just getting themselves in a position to get their weight rate of descent down. Mm-hmm. You got to get down to the weight that you want to wrestle. And so the teams that are just starting today, or the teams that will be just starting on January 4th, they're in a situation where they're going to be a little bit behind in getting kids to the weight classes that they anticipate them being in. So, no, it has been a very different season, and the guys that have come to the point now and are really doing well, that shows what kind of discipline they have, what type of focus they have to be able to get themselves into shape and still not have been in the room as much as they had wanted to up to this point.
Trevor Anderson in the gray singlet with the Ankeny lettering in gold on the back, and he is taking on Ethan Mahoney, the sophomore, in the maroon and gold singlet. And so far, locking horns, but neither side really getting an advantage. A few slaps at an attempt to get things started here at the 120-pound level, and now gaining the advantage is Anderson. Remember, Anderson picked up a victory the first time around this evening as he was able to pin Elijah Hoffbauer.
Nice job there by Mahoney, dropping down, working toward that single leg, but Anderson, good hip motion, good hip action is trying to put pressure down and keeping that whizzer on to prevent Mahoney from finishing that shot.
Minute and 15 seconds left when we restarted, now down to an even minute, and the 2 points first for this matchup awarded to Anderson, as the Ankeny Hawks will be considered for the scoreboard purposes the home team in this matchup, this being the lone of the two visiting schools, Ankeny and Dowling Catholic, here at Waukee High School.
Great job there by Anderson again, still kind of working that, allowing Mahoney to come to him and then just taking advantage of getting Mahoney's head down on the mat and finishing out the the takedown as he is up 2-0 and really controlling with a good tight deep waist and working toward that half Nelson. But Mahoney kind of sprawled out there, showing good balance, and he spreads his legs out when he needs to stay flat on the mat. He brings his knees together as he works up into referee position.
And going back to a point you were making earlier, Anderson really demonstrating there not just that pressure of down, but down and forward. At this point, with a 2-0 lead, as dominant as Anderson has been, it may not reflect on the score sheet, but at this point, it seems like his strategy may be less about scoring points early and more about trying to wear down his opponent and then really try to take advantage.
Well, it certainly could be. The other side of it is he knows he's wrestling somebody that's really good. And so he just wants to make sure that he limits his mistakes and tries to force Mahoney into having Mahoney make mistakes. We have seen many wrestlers be tremendously successful taking advantage of other people's mistakes. Like that right there, Mahoney not moving his feet back and allowing his head to be pressured down forward.
So in that first period, Anderson picking up 2 points, but then quickly picked up 3 there with the escape and then a takedown, but coming back and getting on the score sheet, it was Mahoney there with 1:19 left in this middle frame.
Yes, it's pretty amazing that we have somebody being called for stalling this early as I don't know that Mahoney was stalling as much as Anderson was just dominating the situation there, and Anderson really showed just how athletic he is, and when he's aggressive and going after it, he was able to get that pin done relatively quickly.
So once again, Trevor Anderson victorious by a fall, and he gives his squad an early 6-0 lead. Cale Cox now dueling with Dominic Quinn at the 126-pound level.
We saw Cox earlier tonight with that upset win over Connor Kelly. You talk to, on paper it's an upset, you talk to Cale Cox about it, and he said, nah, I think I had him.
As spinning out of play there was Quinn, and with a little bit of resistance there, now being backed up by Cox. And again, Cox playing the lead of the alpha here as he has really been forcing Quinn to react to what Cox has been doing. We haven't really seen that go the other way to this point in the match.
That's right. However, he was able to, Quinn was able to work his way in and get on that outside single real heavy. But Cox doing a great job just making sure that he moved too slow to be able to get anything done while he was on the in the actual wrestling space. Now Cox able to drop in on that outside single, stepping across. He's got to get his head up, and it does for a takedown to get that lead 2-0.
So first points of the match go the way of Cale Cox with a 2-0 lead, 25 seconds left to go in the first period. We saw there the camera pick up Dominic Quinn getting some coaching and words of encouragement after the stoppage and before the restart. Now looking to bridge and keep himself up off the mat, trying to apply maximum pressure as Cox, and Quinn will succumb as Cale Cox is able to get things started out strong for Ankeny as they pick up back-to-back pins to start this matchup.
That was a great job by Cale Cox. Quinn really did a great job fighting off his back, and you could see that arch in his back. What Cox did a wonderful job of is utilizing all the time he had in that period to just slowly and methodically lift the head and bring Quinn's body down to the mat.
Lincoln Falkers now working on Connor Dabney at the 132-pound level. Earlier, Falkers was defeated by fall to Waukee's Thurman Christensen, and now try to get low there and takes another shot. Met with good resistance and spins around his opponent as Dabney is taken down. Falkers gets the first points of the matchup.
You know, we talked about staying with it and not just having one move and then stopping and then another move and stopping, but just putting it together. Never gave up on that duck under, and he was able to drop down, pull his head out for that takedown, and now he's got Dabney in a world of hurt, but gave up on it just a little bit, lost control of the arms, and so great job by Dabney to create the space and able to roll back over to his stomach.
5-0 Falkers on top, and I agree with you, as normally I'm more often found these days calling Des Moines Buccaneers games. Those are some of the best plays, are not when everything goes exactly as planned, but rather when a player looks like they're down and out, doesn't give up on it, and whether it's desperation, creativity, they're able to find a way to succeed in unorthodox manners. And you talk about that no give-up attitude. It's shown there as Falkers picks up the victory and a perfect start for the Hawks as they have a quick 18-0 lead through 3 matches.
Yeah, great job there by Falkers. He had that near wrist and the wing 2 different times, and he was able to finish it out as he got the pin there.
All right, so at the 138-pound category, Kenny Paczynski back in against Jalen Nguyen.
Now, I don't know if anybody has a stopwatch going or not. Last year when we did a meet here, we had one of the fastest meets. I clocked it at 33 minutes. The meet was over. So this one has potential to really be a quick meet as well if falls are the way that each match goes. But I anticipate that we'll start to slow down on the meet time and start getting a lot more action on the mat itself.
So with 1 minute and 10 seconds left to go in this opening period, and Paczynski on top, looking to spring out, and with a fantastic play by Nguyen.
Nice job by Nguyen as he just stayed with it and was able to spin out around. Now he's trying to work on breaking his hips down, getting him onto the net. Nice job there with a little bit of a tilt, if you will. Get those hips flattened out. Now he can start working into, he's got a little crossface growing. Trying to get that far wrist, maybe work into a half. But Paczynski doing a fantastic job, not giving anything up just yet.
And Nguyen with a couple of flops on top, trying to see if he can't break Paczynski. And Paczynski showing great resolve. Looked like he was going to be up off the mat and then quickly sent right back down. Spins out and now looking to flip the script, and a draw that ends up coming out with no points, but really some excitement there as the two teetered back and forth from kind of tilting the scales in their favor.
Nice job by Paczynski setting out to get that switch, but Nguyen, a little bit unorthodox there. He kind of sat back and let the space create itself and fell into that headlock, but no points awarded. Great job by Paczynski fighting out of that.
And for what was a much slower paced first, let's say 100 or excuse me, a minute and 45 seconds of that period, we really saw a flurry of action in the last 15 of it, and that's exactly where we pick up here, as Wynn plays the role of the aggressor, and Paczynski tries to find a solution to get out of this position he's found himself early in period number 2.
Wynn doing a nice job controlling the hips. He's staying up on top while he's working those hands to work into the half Nelson, but Paczynski's hips keep coming up. Wherever there is pressure, he's trying to come up with it and move out of that bottom position. But Wynn doing a wonderful job on that far side arm. He's got pinned underneath him. Let that go as Paczynski gets up to his base.
And a lot of times you'd think one of the most dangerous areas that you could lose control of would be either the shoulders or the arms. But try doing something if somebody's got you by the hips and you're not able to make any movement there. And again, a great start to period number 2, but we see a much needed escape there, and it draws the score to 2-1.
Both guys here looking to tie up. You know, at these lower weights, you know, if you're looking to tie up, it's because you typically want to try and throw somebody. And I'm going to tell you right now, that's not why I came over here. I wanted to see the shots. I want to see those things happen. Both these guys, in their own right, very, very quick, as we have an attempt there, but he just did not bring his arm through when able to keep Paczynski's arm back so that the high crotch just didn't work out.
Again, Jalen Wynn in the maroon singlet with the gray on the bottom of it, and underneath and trying to find an exit right now is Kenny Paczynski, and he finds it in lieu of with the clock. However, now is going to find himself down in the third and pivotal period, trailing 4-1.
Both guys did a nice job trying to be offensive. Paczynski would shoot, but he couldn't get his arm free to go in. So Wynn decided when he shot, he was just going to keep that arm and finish it with a fireman.
1:43 left to go in the third period. And it is Jalen Wynn on top by a 4-1 score, but that can't seem insurmountable at this point, because the way we've seen these two kind of almost try to lull each other into sleep and then quickly counteract and counter strike, at this point it's still anybody's ball game. They lock up, and then slipping out is Kenny Paczynski. Paczynski, a junior. Now being brought down a little bit, and Wynn has that left leg, goes for the other, and Paczynski trying any way he can to avoid the takedown, but can't. 6-1 the score in favor of Wynn.
Nice job by Wynn there, as he had, they got tied up there, and so as they continued to tie up, Wynn just dropped down underneath, keeping the pressure on the back of his head, of Paczynski's head, bringing that head down. He was able to drop down for a heel pick and finish out for a takedown.
42.5 ticks left on the clock. 6-2 the lead for Wynn and Dowling Catholic in this matchup. And trailing by an 18-0 lead there, looking for any points that they can get right there. But obviously Wynn would love to put the exclamation point on this matchup.
There's that pressure on the head again as Wynn was trying to drop down, but he was not able to get his left arm free as Paczynski able to stop that. Now Wynn drops down to the outside single and able to come back inside and finish it out for a takedown.
And so a 6-point differential, and it looks like that's how this one is going to wrap up. So that will end up being a regular decision, and a much-needed 3 points go the way of Jalen Wynn and Dowling Catholic. We'll step away from the action and be back in just a matter of moments. You're watching Wrestling Action on CISN.
Hi, I'm Chris from Fireplace Superstore. Fall is upon us and fireplace season is here, and you need one of the brand new Heat and Glow gas fireplace inserts. They're the perfect retrofit for that old wood-burning fireplace that you're not using. You get beautiful flames, you get heat, you get easy operation, and they're all brand new Heat and Glow gas fireplace inserts. Please come see us, Fireplace Superstore, 109th and Douglas in Urbandale.
Evan Pollard leads here 2-0 with a takedown moments ago, as we've got a triangular here from Waukee High School. Right now in action, Dowling Catholic and Ankeny. Earlier, it was Ankeny defeated by the home squad of Waukee, 57-18. Again, my name is Eric Zamora with Keith Bornes, my color commentator, and here, with 22 seconds elapsed in the 145-pound weight class, Evan Pollard representing Dowling Catholic, Ryan Allen in for Ankeny. And so far this matchup, Keith, what's caught your eye?
Well, number one, you got to remember Allen is wrestling up a weight tonight, and what I've seen is that weight differential can be enough at times when both guys are very aggressive. Pollard does have that advantage right now, but he tried to do that suicide roll through, ended up losing control of it. Allen was able to get a reversal here, and Pollard had locked his hand, so a technical violation. Just like that, Allen's up 3-2 over Pollard.
So a quick scoring there, as it was a 2-0 lead for Allen. It was momentarily tied up at that technical violation, giving the 1-point edge. 44.3 seconds left to go in this opening period. And if you're sitting here as Evan Pollard and you're being tended to, what's the thought process coming into this restart here?
Well, the first thing is just that little bit of disappointment trying to do that roll and not having complete control. So it's a little bit of frustration, just that little bit of kicking yourself for giving up the number one, locking your hands, and number two, giving up that reversal as well. So right here off the start here, the restart, his biggest concern would be getting hand control and getting his hips up and out of there.
So Ryan Allen with bringing his opponent Pollard down off the mat, but nothing being scored there as they get out of bounds. 38.4 seconds left on the restart.
That's 2 times that Pollard has done a great job getting himself up to his feet, but he's not getting his hips away. Now his hips are starting to get away. Allen doing a great job just dropping down back underneath him. But 4th time's a charm, as Pollard was able to get his hips away and keep those hands from staying locked up, running out. Now Allen trying to get into a little bit of a cow catcher, and he's got it.
And so looking to put off the finishing touches here, Ryan Allen, and does just that. And for 4 times in the first 5 matchups here against Dowling Catholic, a big 6 points scored by the Ankeny Hawks. They lead 24-3.
Excellent finish there by Allen, wrestling up a weight and being able to capitalize on getting arm over the around the chin and dropping in below, kind of in that cow catcher situation.
So it will be Brady McMahon for Dowling Catholic on the right side when we start up, and facing off against the senior Cole Lansing. Yep. And a stoppage here, just 12 seconds into action, as Lansing gets his equipment set. Lansing trying to reach in and guarded by McMahon. McMahon with the shot attempt and fended off by Lansing.
Lansing has some great hip pressure there. That whizzer he had in as well, really putting a lot of pressure on that shoulder. He was able to fend off that outside single. Great job there by Lansing.
And then looked like he was trying to go in on the 2-on-1 on the arm. A takedown by McMahon, however, and he draws first blood on the scoreboard, 2-0.
Ankeny coach a little bit disappointed there, as Lansing did a fantastic job early on fending off that first attack by McMahon, but then he gave kind of a half shot, never brought his hips through to finish it, and McMahon able to drop in for the 2 points.
35 seconds left to go in the opening period. Again, McMahon with the only points of the matchup, 2-0. He leads, and at this point trying to bring that weight down. And Lansing looking to slip out, and did change his position, but still in the same predicament, as McMahon really starting to dictate the flow of this one right here.
McMahon really let an opportunity get away from him on that. He had the arm up on the back, went from a chicken wing to a great pinning combination, but just paused. Almost like, well, the bell's going to ring here, so I'm not going to finish it. McMahon still has the 2-point lead as we go into the second period here. And
McMahon starts on top and immediately drops Lansing to the mat face first.
Yeah, both wrestlers a little bit frustrated with themselves, and they might want to try and start taking it out on each other here as things get a little bit more aggressive. Nice step through there by McMahon. He's got to get that crossface to go with it. Trying to get those hips lifted.
And McMahon will not give Lansing any space to work with.
Here it comes. Now, in that situation, McMahon was just about to start to look away from it and really get some pressure down on that shoulder. And as he went, Lansing rolled the dice and actually rolled through as hard as he could. And no points yet, but McMahon certainly in control and finishes out with a pin. Not to be denied.
152 pounds for Dowling, Brady McMahon.
And McMahon picks up the fall, the first for Dowling Catholic, and that brings the score 24-9.
For Ankeny, Caleb, Roxy, and for Dowling, Max Derry.
Max Deary, a very good wrestler. He's also a very good football player. He's going to go to college and do one of those things. We're going to see what he has against the number one wrestler in the state. And not only is Rachi number one in the state, I haven't seen the national rankings, but I'm fairly confident to say he's at least in the top 15 nationally.
Off of the mat, so we will restart. Derry coming in. Caleb earlier in the evening had a pin of Jermaine Samler.
Yeah, I sure could have used some insight from Sharpie up there in Ankeny. Kind of regret not talking to him yesterday.
Ratji with the lead 4-2. And then another takedown will double his lead to 4 now.
Sometimes you get in with a guy as good as Rachi, and hey, Deary, nice job getting in there, shooting low right away, taking people by surprise. we'll see what kind of prowess Rachi has here as he's going to try and get out of this. More than likely a stalemate coming, but Deary awarded a point for an escape. So Rachi right now is working on just getting takedowns, giving an escape, get a takedown, get an escape. And so if he were to follow in with this like he wanted to, could end up being a 30-14 match.
And Rachi, that's got to be the way to attack him there. As we saw that off the restart, Deary just kind of going a little bit off book and trying that attack again with a low shot. And this time, Rachi much more controlled in his response and quickly dictating with that takedown.
Well, number one, I want to make it very clear. Max Deary is a very good wrestler.
Mm-hmm.
All right? And so from his standpoint, he could literally go into this match saying, I have everything to gain here and nothing to lose. And so if this doesn't work and I survive it, I'm going to try the next one. And so what I really appreciate about what Deary is doing is he's staying aggressive. All right? He's outgunned here. Rachi's won several state titles and on pace to win another. Hopefully all wrestlers are going to be able to stay COVID-free and injury-free as this crazy year continues on. But I'm really impressed with Max Deary here as he just continues to bring the fight and not shying away from it. But yeah, Rachi just showing how good he is as he is really controlling a match where Max Deary typically is going to control the matches that he's in.
And Rachi again running up a couple of back-to-back plays and scoring plays with a 13-5 lead. And Rachi on the ropes. Deary trying to finish him off. Rachi is able to spring out of it. And 2 points for Deary, but he was not looking for points there. He was looking to try to be the snake in the grass, come out and bite.
Deary doing a great job. He's been staying aggressive. That's one of those things where Rachi was coming in real hard. Deary being a great wrestler, able to get a hip toss and bring Rachi to his back. Rachi, he's probably not on his back very often, so for him to be able to fight out of that, they obviously have to work on it in the wrestling room. Okay, just in case this were to ever happen, you need to be able to get off your back. And so Rachi was able to do that. But, Deary giving us a great flurry of action as he tightened up the score 16-10 going into the third.
The comparison that it immediately made me think of is over the weekend, I watched the film Miracle about the 1980 Olympics, and the interesting thing there was down late in the game, the Russians never pulled their goalie because they were never used to being down. That's the same type of thing. You're right. Rachi really showing some great movement there, considering that that's just a predicament he doesn't find himself in very often.
That's right.
And what I've liked about the pushback that we are seeing from Max Deary is, you're right, he's been aggressive, but he's been smart about it. He hasn't just gone gung-ho at all moments, but he's picking and choosing his moments to make those aggressive moves instead of being a little bit reckless, because if he goes in reckless against Rachi, this is over real quick.
That's right. And again, I'm going to tell you, Deary is a very good wrestler. If he were listening to us talk right now, he'd be upset with what we're saying. And he should be. He's good. He's really good. It's just that, Rachi is, as I said in the first meet against Waukee, Rachi's just in a league of his own.
21-11 as Rachi picks up another 2 points on the takedown. And you can tell that these two have just been sparring so hard, giving it so much for the first 2.5 periods that they're starting to get to the end of their tank, especially with Rachi already in his second matchup of the night.
Oh, very deep shot there by Rachi. Needs to finish it and get those points, and he's going to come back up. He's right now he's just kind of putting on a takedown clinic.
Shot taken by Derry again. He's really gasping for air right now, but still able to find an opportunity to try to generate some offense and tries to come up with the late victory. 3 seconds left. Derry still going after it.
And that's going to be it. I was off just a little bit. It was not 30-14. It was 25-13. Caleb Rachi, he's a machine. He is a tremendous wrestler. But Max Derry, fantastic match.
We'll take a timeout. We'll be back with more wrestling action on the Central Iowa Sports Network.
Focus. To define what is most important and commit yourself fully. It's why at Fairway, only the best meat makes the cut. Our fresh fish is full of flavor, and our produce is picked with incredible care. It's why we have fewer aisles, greater savings, and the most personal service. At Fairway, our focus is and always will be giving you the best in meat and grocery.
Minute 45 left here in this first period of the 170-pound matchup. Adam Townsend representing the Maroons of Dowling Catholic and the Hawks of Ankeny High School, with Nate Nessa, who had a 6-3 victory the last time we saw him in action earlier this evening against sophomore Blake Hawk.
Townsend's doing a great job here trying to get in on Nessa's legs, but had he been in the gym earlier to watch the match between Nessa and Hawk, he'd have probably seen kind of the predicament that he's in right now. Every time he shoots, Nessa has such great hip pressure that he is able to put into his sprawl that he just kind of waits for the aggressor to come in so he can drive that head to the mat and spin around.
And so with that, Townsend tries to go with a quick high strike and then a low shot. Nessa, for those maybe a little bit more familiar with a boxing than wrestling, kind of in that Floyd Mayweather type of style where he's okay with the other player taking the aggression and getting their shots in. He knows he's going to defend and does just there as he's able to bring the takedown on Townsend. And now looks like he smells blood in the water, trying to see if he can't get some more offense going here. And you've got to credit Townsend there as he keeps his balance in a really tough predicament.
Well, and we're also in that situation where Nessa did a fantastic job waiting until the shot was taken, got around, got his takedown, and then Townsend up on his feet right away. Nessa had to drop into that low single and never really brought him back down to the mat. So now the question became, should there have been a warning or a stall warning called, or is it just that Townsend was able to get the escape there at the end? Coach Wignall from Ankeny was right over there talking to the official, trying to figure out, okay, why exactly was there a point given there?
So 2-1 the score, as this is Nessa with the lead over Adam Townsend, a junior. Townsend starts out in the bottom position, and Nessa looked to flip him, but a exit by Townsend. He then works on his knee guard, and then again he likes that idea of coming at somebody both high and then immediately low underneath, or right afterwards, trying to get underneath. And these two are deadlocked at 2 apiece as we've got 30 seconds away from the halfway point of the match.
And this really is a great match, with Townsend being the aggressor, but Nessa kind of being in control because he's such a great defensive wrestler. The 2 points that Townsend have coming off of the escapes and the lone takedown coming from Nessa on a sprawl, but an outstanding job there by Townsend getting in on that high crotch, but now he's feeling the pressure of those hips. It's been a long time since I've seen anybody that has such a long body with great hips to stop that offensive shot, but Nessa certainly has been able to do that. As strong as Townsend continues to keep coming, he's exerting a lot of energy trying to get this takedown.
At the 160-pound level, we saw Ratchey and Derry. It was going to be a hard match to follow, and these might have been the two athletes in the gym that were suited to bring us entertainment value coming up next, as Townsend gets the escape and brings it to within a 4-3 score. 15 seconds left in the second.
Yeah, Nessa was trying to step through and drop Townsend to his back, but kind of slipped out of it. So Townsend got the escape. Now he's trying to work that takedown again, going against those hard hips that Nessa brings to the match.
Early in the match, it looked like Nessa had a completely different strategy. As you mentioned, he was waiting more to see Townsend come towards him. There in the second, we saw both players really open their games up a little bit.
Yeah, and it kind of hurt Nessa because when he went on the offensive side of things, he ended up losing the control and giving up a point. Now, Nessa was in the down position. He gets the escape. He takes the 2-point lead now with 1:40 to go in period 3. Again, heavy hips pressuring down on Townsend, but Townsend trying to come through. The longer he can pull that knee in, now those hips aren't quite as heavy, and Townsend getting it done. Got the takedown. First time in the match. 3 escapes and a takedown. Now Townsend tying it up. See if he can maintain control up on top and get some back points.
And you were talking about earlier when Nessa had that offensive venue, you could question whether it was worth it because it took so much out of him, and perhaps that was what helped tip the scales and get it knotted up, although with that escape, now Nessa takes the lead back 6-5.
That's right. Now, I have not seen any stall warnings called, so, Townsend, the pressure's on him right now. He's going to have to get in and get a takedown, or he's going to have to pressure Nessa into being called for stalling. And I'm telling you, when he dives in there to takes a shot to get that outside single is what he's really been going after. Nessa just has those heavy hips that he's able to put down on there, and I'm surprised that this is the first time we've seen blood, as Townsend's nose has been on the mat quite a bit.
And just like all other sports, wrestling, a much easier go of it if you're playing with the lead. In other words, you're allowing your opponent to come at you, and you know that at some point they're going to start to have to take some risks that they don't necessarily like to, but as the clock starts to tick down, not only is Townsend's opponent going to be his adversary in Nate Nessa, but it's also going to be that scoreboard up above.
A little bit, yeah. When you take a look at Nessa, he's right now thinking, okay, I got to keep my feet back. I got to keep my hips into him. I got to make sure that he stays off my knees. If my knees get sucked underneath me, he'll take me down again. I got to keep everything back and the pressure down on Townsend's head and shoulders. Now, Townsend, on the other hand, he's in that point where I got nothing to lose here. That makes him pretty dangerous because I anticipate him taking several shots, and if it doesn't work, backing out and taking another one. So I do anticipate Townsend being on the aggressive here.
So Townsend still with 1 minute and 2 seconds left. At what point does the clock get down to where you're at desperation? Obviously, a lot of time left now, but at what point do you see Townsend going, all right, now I'm just throwing the kitchen sink at him?
Well, probably see that with 15 seconds to go. And it has a lot to do with your officiating, too. Go back to a name that most people remember from Central Iowa, Rocky Lombardi, has a national record pinning somebody in 3 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
So, a lot of things can happen very, very quickly.
And so Townsend surveying the landscape, trying to find a lane to get inside, and he is met there as he takes a shot low at the knees. 33 seconds left in the decisive period number 3. Townsend, again, seems to want to set things up by going high, applying some pressure.
Nice job on trying to do that arm pass, but Nessa just staying square. Now we're getting into that 12 seconds. Here comes the shots. Here comes the final attempts at trying to get that takedown. Outside single is there. He's running.
Oh, and Nessa
just
using that
ran
balance.
out of time. What a match.
Nate Nessa with the 6-5 victory. And we see that we talked about how difficult Nessa is because he's a guy that can play both sides of the aisle. Mm-hmm. He's got no problem being the aggressor, but he knows that his defensive game is solid enough. Zach Schwager will step in at the 182-pound level and will battle Will Henricks.
Well, it might be bantam on this one.
Looking for the Reed with a minute 45 left to go in the opening period.
So in that first meet tonight, Bantam actually wrestled up a weight.
Mm-hmm.
Now he's at his regular 182 pounds. And so the guys that are listed here are wrestling here.
Cade Bantam, a sophomore. And with a couple of attempted lockups, but so far just basically face guarding at this point. Bantam now brought down with authority by Schwager.
Schwager doing a nice job just staying with the attack that he had, getting down in on that on those lower legs. Now he's got the wing in. He's kind of working for that far side wrist as he tries. He's got that arm pinned. Nice job by Bantam getting rid of getting that out. If you get that far side arm pinned up against your side, you have nothing to stop the momentum from being pushed over. But did a nice job there, Bantam did, making sure that even though he was in a precarious position, no back points awarded.
And we've seen some of the wrestlers really try that down and forward motion. Here Schwager's really just swinging around the clock as he's got that circular motion going, and now finds a spot on the hour hand that he likes and is really bearing down on Bantam.
He has got everything tight. He's got to arch harder. Oh, ran out of time. Did Schwager as late in the period he was starting to get his back arch to put more pressure down on Bantam's chest. Just a little bit too late.
Bantam will start in the down position. Schwager waiting the restart whistle.
Oh, great job by Bantam getting his feet out and immediately dropping his back down and putting pressure on top of Schwager, able to scoot his hips away and get that escape.
Quick escape, and now taking a shot on Schwager. Schwager gets both hands around. Now had to loosen one of them just for balance. Now trying to use the other for...
Well, he's doing such a great job pulling that knee underneath. And so Schwager did not have any chance to continue to put pressure down because he got that knee sucked underneath. If you can bring your opponent's knee to your chest in that situation, you're going to be able to drop him back onto his backside and then start to run that corner around for two.
The official blowing the play dead and then also giving a little bit of an explanation here. And they will go back and restart here with 1:10 seconds left in the second period.
Bantam trying to put that forward pressure down as well.
And Schwager leading 5-3, but all the momentum Bantham's way.
Trying to lock up a cradle here. He has the knee. Well, he had the knee pin, but he lost the crossface. Now he's going to try and hook it up again. When you're working on this crossface cradle, you have to get that arm. Now he's got the arm. He's got it tucked underneath. Now he can get that hand posted behind the knee. Try and take the head to the knee, lock it up, and bring him back over. But Schwager is fighting this crossface cradle very, very hard and doing a great job. Now pushing back up into his base, getting in the referee's position. Working his way up to his feet. Bantam trying to get the pressure on. Nice job returning him to the mat.
Right back down, and it seemed like Schwager was finally going to find that daylight that he was looking for, and it's just brought right back down. And that's got to be a little frustrating when you work that hard to get back on your feet, and then it's almost like if you're drowning, you finally get a breath of fresh air, and then just take in a mouthful of water.
Yeah, I've felt both of those things at different times. Yeah, good analogy, as neither one were very fun.
Schwager right out of the restart, shot out of a cannon, and immediately has Bantam down and looking for some sort of reversal of roles, as right now using that left hand to try to pry himself up, does get up off the mat, but Schwager still applying a ton of pressure.
Great job on that sit-through by Bantam to try to work his way through. He's got good pressure, and he's continuing to move out. He's got the escape. It's a 1-point match with 1:10 to go. It truly is anybody's match now.
It's a similar situation to what we saw with that last matchup. We just reverse schools with the lead. 5-4 is the lead for Zach Schwager, the senior, battling Cade Bantam, the sophomore.
I got to give Bantam a lot of credit there as he tried to get in on that double leg. But Schwager showing some experience. You know, you have a sophomore versus a senior here, and that senior experience really brought Bantam's head down to the mat. And Bantam is just exhausted.
Schwager again leaning into the back of Bantam. We'll have a whistle here with 22.7 left in the match.
Stall called there. So he's been warned once. That was actually, yeah, he's been warned once. If it happens again, it'll be another point. The tough thing, there's a big difference between college wrestling and high school wrestling when it comes to stalling. If you're in high school, if you are being just handled, you're being outgunned, you're not supposed to be called for stalling if you're just being dominated.
Mm-hmm.
In college, however, it doesn't matter if you're being dominated or not. A stall's a stall. So I kind of question that. Not that Bantam was being dominated in the match, but at that particular time, he's exhausted. He's the one that's behind. I can see it, but I also don't necessarily want to call it at that point either.
So Schwager picks up the 3 points with the 7-4 victory, and we get right back at it. 10 seconds gone here is Carson Hagan, the sophomore, in for Dowling Catholic, and gets crossed up now. Is able to spin around and gets the 2 points for the takedown early in the match.
Hagen, a fantastic wrestler. He is currently ranked number 8 at 195. Sophomore. Really came on strong in the scene last year as a freshman. So it's not his first year wrestling varsity. He's had a year of varsity experience under his belt, and he also had an older brother that wrestled for Dowling, had a great career.
So Will Henricks, with the escape, picks up a point, and we've reached the halfway point of this opening period. Back at it goes Hagen. Hagen tries a shot low from the left side. Henricks not only withstands it, then looked like he was going to apply pressure down on Hagen. Hagen in kind of an awkward position, but was still able to use his core lower body strength to resist all that pressure coming from up top.
And he did a nice job controlling hands as well, not allowing Henricks to move down the leg to take a shot.
So Henricks and Hagen were knotted up, separate, and get right back to it. And quick moves there by Hagen as he gets 2 points in an area where really, at that point prior to that move, it looked like both sides were content with kind of running out the clock and getting to the second period. But credit Hagen with some quick movement and ends up extending his lead 4-1.
And, you know, the tough thing for Henricks is you work that hard and then you give up 2 points right at the end of the period. The tough thing about that is you give up the 2 and you don't have a chance to get it back. And so a little bit of frustration there as he heads over to take care of his blood time.
We'll take a quick timeout, and we'll be back with more wrestling action. You're watching Dowling Catholic battling Ankeny. It's wrestling action on CISN.
In Iowa, we grow corn, but to us, corn is more than a cash crop. It's part of who we are. Corn supports our livestock, helping our animals thrive. Corn fuels us. Ethanol powers our state as we push towards a clean, burning future. Corn nourishes us. It gives us an abundance of good food that nourishes our families, helps our student athletes grow stronger. In Iowa, we grow corn. But the truth is, corn grows Iowa.
31-12. Ankeny leading here at Waukee High School. Their opponent, Dowling Catholic, in the second of 3 matchups in this triangular.
Stoppage on the mat for blood.
And we will have another stoppage here. My name is Eric Zamora. Keith Bornis alongside me here at Waukee High School. And Keith, obviously for these two squads, they're trying to finish 2020 on a high note, although a little bit different feel to this year. It's not even just that they want to go into the month of January wrestling better. It's also really at this point almost like just kind of getting your legs underneath you. It's a weird transition because normally at this point of the year you feel like you're a little bit further along in the season. So it's wanting to get out of the gate strong, and at the same time also want to make sure that you don't have that sour taste of a poor performance haunting you for a couple of weeks.
Mm-hmm. Wrestlers are, they're wrestlers for a reason. There's a lot of aggressiveness. It's they love the contact of it all. But one of the great things about wrestlers is when bad things happen, they usually have short-term memory. And so they get back into the room, they get back in with their teammates, and, a loss is used for two things. It's used for motivation for the next time and just the learning experience that you get from your coaches watching your match again and saying, here's where you had him, here's where you didn't, and here's the mistake you made that went with it. So next time you go in, we're going to have a little bit more courage with it, and we're going to remember that your strengths are here, their strengths are there, so we'll stay away from theirs and use ours.
Good wrestlers can go in and scout the opposition and try to find their weaknesses. Great wrestlers are good at scouting themselves, seeing those weaknesses and saying, these are areas that I need to shore up. So the next time I'm out on the mat, my opponent looks across the mat and goes, I can't find a weakness to attack.
Well, yeah, we've talked to a lot of wrestlers that, a lot of state champions who have come out and said things like, I can't remember all of my wins, but I can certainly tell you my losses. And those were the ones, that failing forward.
46 seconds left to go in the second period. And Hagen on top by a score of 9-2. And right now, literally on top, trying to enforce is Will Henricks. And again, we have another stoppage for blood on the floor.
Man, I tell you, it's a situation like this where it really brings into question how much blood does the human body actually have? Because he seems to be putting a lot of it on the mat.
30.6 seconds when we resume. And if you are sitting in the shoes right now of Will Henricks, you're down 9-2. You've still got a little over a period left. What is your best strategy coming out of this restart to try to tip things in your favor?
Well, right now, you just got to make sure that you don't lose it here. You got 30 seconds to go in this. You want to stay aggressive. You want to continue doing what you've been doing. But there isn't anything that you have to risk because you're still in the second period. And so, there are 5-point moves. There are 4-point moves. There's no such thing as a 20-point move unless you pin them. So you're not going to make up a ton of ground by being crazy right now. You just have to get back into, what you were talking about earlier. You know your strength. Use your strength and try and forget what he's doing.
Hagen in the maroon and gray singlet. Now on top. And gets enough there as Will Henricks gets pinned with 19.8 seconds left to go in period number 2.
Hagen did a great job using that 3/4 Nelson to get him turned over on his back, and then he just never gave up any space. Good chance that there's going to be some sore shoulders in the morning.
And your winner at 220 pounds, Walston Rumley of Dowling.
So Ralston Rumley gets the victory, the sophomore, at the 220-pound weight class.
And Rumley a little disappointed that he didn't get a match tonight. He is ranked number 9 in the state. Dowling's got a good young team. And
Next up on the mat, 285 pounds for Ankeny.
Hagen and Ralston certainly fitting into that youth very well.
Schwede for Ankeny, who in the match against Waukee was wrestling on the 220 level, now wrestling 285 against Cade Batterton. Batterton with a little bit of a hand lock, defended well by Schwede. With a big step in, Schwede offering and then backs off. They'll lock up once again, and Schwede looks like he's got something up his sleeve as he's trying to find a way to solve Batterton, and this has been a defensive match for the first 45 seconds.
Well, they're certainly trying to figure out how to maneuver each other's weight through this. Schwede's been trying to work that duck under, and it just hasn't been there yet, as Batterton is putting a lot of pressure on the back of his neck. The official down there saying, fellas, it's been a minute. Let's try to move a little bit more than just lean on each other.
And Schwede, again, wrestling up a weight class, and I imagine that that's going to really change the outlook of how he goes into this contest.
Well, yeah, there could be as much as 60 pounds difference between these guys, and that is quite a bit to make up.
So with the headlock there, again, these two opponents just trying to not make the first mistake, and we've seen a minute 50 elapse here as we're down to single digits.
Yeah. So the first warning put on Schwede there, as he just has not been able to move forward. He's been backed up this whole time. Now he's putting a little pressure into it. Even though he's looking for that duck under, you got to be careful when you start pushing into it. They can duck under you as well.
Schwede there with a little bit of pushback to end the first period, and my memory may be failing me, but that might have been our first scoreless period that we've had tonight. If not, there certainly haven't been too many.
Right. A lot of times in these 285 pound classes, you get a lot of matches that are 2-2 after regulation and then is finally decided in overtime. There's also a situation where once you get your guys' momentum going someplace, sometimes they end in a pin very quickly.
So Batterton draws first blood on the score sheet as he gets the point with the escape. And a lot of start-stop there in the game where it's leaning forward, pulling back. It's a seesaw match right now with neither side, again, able to get much going, as right now both wrestlers seem to have defense on mind first.
There's a shot. Great job dropping down. Schwede's got to keep that ankle, and he's got to pull that knee under his chest, because if he doesn't keep it, there's going to be a lot of weight pushing down on him. So Schwede doing a great job getting that takedown after Batterton was able to get the escape to start the second period.
So Schwede gets the takedown, and from there, almost for a moment, looked unsure of where to go, and Batterton just taking the hits.
Now he's got to get a good drive with that in his chest. He was just a little too high with it. Going to try and return him to the mat now. He had to let him go because he's already been called for stalling once. So he let him go. It's tied. My guess is he's going to start in the neutral position so he doesn't have to worry about being down underneath. And being the aggressor in the second period, he was able to really drop down on that low ankle and finish it. But he can't go backward like that, or he's going to give up a stalling point, and then he's going to be down.
And this obviously a match where points are going to come at a premium. Schwede cuts inside and spinning around clockwise, tangles up.
He's getting ready to pull that in and try and drop down underneath and get that ankle again.
Schwede pushing back Cade Batterton. Now Batterton counters beautifully.
Well, he's not quite there yet. He's got to get that foot back. As long as that knee is torqued like it is, Schwede's got an opportunity to come up here and finish this.
And the takedown for Schwede gives him a 4-2 lead, 55 seconds left to go in the third period. And these two are running on fumes at this point.
Yeah, Schwede's got to be careful that he doesn't ride too high. He can give up one, but he can't give up two. And so he's in a situation where he wants to keep that forward pressure going, but sometimes he might have to go too high to get that forward pressure. Smart move there, just giving up one. But he cannot back away because he still has that stall call against him.
Now Schwede leading the charge. Batterton gets right back into it, and we're down to 12 seconds left in regulation.
Good snap down would work about here.
3 seconds left, 2, 1. And both wrestlers were absolutely gassed. And Alex Schwede comes away with the victory, 4-3.
Headed into 106, and this could be an interesting match. Number 1 versus number 10.
Next up on the mat, 106 pounds.
Junior number 1
For Dowling, Kyler Karstafen.
versus the freshman Hansen from Ankeny. Karstafen wanted to get a little bit of a head start there.
And Hansen, in his first timeout, was pinned by Carter Freeman. The two immediately trying to gain that low ground. And spinning is Karstafen. Working the footwork and finally loses the grip that he had on the right leg of Hansen. Hansen snaps back.
Nice job by Hansen being aggressive there and trying to get a shot there on Karstafen. Kyle is, he's ranked number 1, and as a junior at 106 pounds, you're earning that. As not only have you been able to continue to get stronger, but you've been able to maintain your weight this whole time. Hansen coming in as a freshman, showing that aggressiveness right away. No points given up here, but it's a long time, and Karstafen is starting to get that turn to come in. Hansen's got to get his hips back up. Karstafen doing a great job. He already had his leg through, and so he's in a good spot now that if he can get that arm, that far arm pulled underneath, he might have a chance to get some back points here.
And don't forget that right now, Dowling Catholic, down for a while, have cut the lead to 34-24, and that's got to be on the minds of Karstafen here, is just picking up a victory, some bonus points, and keeping the squad alive for the team matchup. 10 seconds left in the first period. Karstafen with the 2-0 lead.
Karstafen did a great job getting the wing, and running around the head, just ran out of time. The official looked like he was getting into position to end this thing, but the buzzer stopped that. Not only did the match not end, he didn't even get any back points for it.
So Kyler Karstafen starts out in the bottom position and looking to rotate Hansen. Hansen just goes dead weight on top of him.
And Hansen does have a crossface in there. He's got his arm pulled through, but Karstafen does a great job getting hand control back, and he's starting to get that his arm pushed up over the top of his head so that the crossface is gone. He kind of walked into this crossface cradle again, and Karstafen, he's good enough. He knows that if he can continue to get that arm on the other side of his head, he might have a chance to get out from underneath this and go out the back door. But Hansen being kind of relentless right now.
Hansen really driving Kyler into the mat. And just as I say that, Karstafen finally breaks free and gets that point added to his total for the escape.
Great job there by Hansen to just stay aggressive and let Karstafen know that, hey, you might beat me, but you're going to have to earn it.
Karstafen will wrap around.
Nice job pulling the body forward and going around to that near ankle, pulling it in. 2 points. Takes a 5-0 lead. 15 seconds to go in the second period.
Karstafen with Hansen gasping for the boundary. Stays in bounds and lets the clock expire. 34-24. Ankeny on top, but Karstafen looking to finish this one out in style.
Karstafen had some success riding in the second period, so he chose top on this. So that's obviously where he feels most comfortable.
Hansen.
Now he's going to have to get him returned to the mat. Oh, nice standing switch there by Karstafen.
And the reversal brings it 7-0. Now, remember, if this score would hold up, it would still be a regular decision and would leave Dowling Catholic out of the striking zone. So that's got to be on Karstafen's mind, is not just picking up a win, but he's got to make up some extra points here as well.
Karstafen in deep here. Hansen doing a fantastic job bridging, but now Karstafen's got his head up on top of his stomach, pushing that body down. If he can hang on to it for 50 seconds, that's an awful lot of time. Karstafen can just gingerly bring him back. Hansen, wow, what an effort there by Hansen to not give up the farm there.
Karstafen now with a 10-0 lead. Hansen hearing some encouragement from the Hawk fans. Karstafen still trying to drive him, lets him up for a moment, and looking to rotate him. 7 seconds left. Hansen does end up being defeated by Karstafen, but avoids the pin that at times it really looked like was going to be the inevitable outcome, and Hansen keeps it just a 4-point victory.
So it just became a 6-point match right now. If there's a pin by Dowling, we end in a tie. But anything less than that, it's Ankeny. So this is everything that a number 7 versus number 10 should look like.
Fnu on for Ankeny. John King for Dowling Catholic. And getting some...
Yeah, Mallon's getting a little advice reminding him, hey, you're not an airplane coming in for landing here. Keep those elbows in.
King had Mallon kind of off guard on the seat of his pants for a moment, drops down, and now has to withstand pressure from King, who finishes, and again, off the mat. So despite the fact that 39 seconds in we don't have a point, it's certainly not been because there hasn't been effort by both sides as they're getting aggressive and feisty early.
Yes, people wanting to gain a quick advantage here. Both wrestlers now been cautioned here at the start.
King separates, attacks once again. Goes up around the back of the neck. Then has to defend, as it looked like Malin a couple of times.
What a fantastic job on a duck under. Just didn't bring his hips fast enough to finish that. A lot of credit there to Mulhan as he was able to scoot out of bounds. We're still 0-0 with 54 seconds to go in the first.
Malhan and King. King again has Malhan headed backwards. King now trying to see if he can't get something started a little bit closer to center.
Great job as he continues to keep the fight going. A lot of pressure. Has the takedown. He's got that Turk on. Let it go.
Swept Malhan out and onto the mat. 2-0 lead for John King, a freshman. And that is how period number 1 will come to an end. Again, as you pointed out, it's a 6-point differential in the team matchup. So Dowling looking for a pin here. Obviously, John King would, if he finds a victory any other way, will be happy for the personal achievement. But right now, within striking distance, as Karstafen was able to keep his squad alive, like to try to finish it out. Escape by Malhan.
King trying to return Malhan to the mat and just brought him straight back on top of himself. Had to give up on it to avoid any catastrophe there. So gave up one rather than a reversal and possibly near fall.
They start out in neutral position. King looks to go low and sweep out the legs. Malhan.
All right, so there's a stall call there. And this is one of the ways, another way that you could force a tie in the team score is you could have your opponent, you could get him for stalling, and if he keeps the pressure on, gets called for a stall call, and then a stall call, and a stall call, the match will be over as he continues to get penalty points.
3-1, King on top. Upends Malhan, who then tries a shot of his own and has the left leg and ankle of King. Now relinquishes to try a different route to the same problem.
Great job there by Malhan to force the stalemate.
King goes back on the attack. 23 seconds left to go in the second period.
Nice job changing levels, but he just didn't finish it. We've seen guys change levels all night, but not everybody has finished the shot. So we still get caught into this situation where offense gets stopped before it gets started.
So the Dowling Catholic Maroons have 2 minutes remaining to try to get what at times almost seemed like an insurmountable lead for the Ankeny Hawks. And on the restart, King gets the point on the escape.
Pretty good effort there by King on the push-pull, but Mulhan, he's got his arms locked around that leg. Getting into stalemate position again.
So we'll start with 1:33 left in this 113-pound weight class matchup. Malhan separates. King thought twice about taking a shot. Malhan and King pop right back up.
There's a stall point. So King's just going to have to keep the pressure on, force Mulhan to answer it with a shot attempt. Because once you keep moving backward, the stall calls just seem to keep rolling.
King wraps up that left thigh. Now goes high on Mulhan, but out of bounds. 42.7 left on the clock.
King's going to continue putting pressure on him, stepping forward to see if he can get another stall called.
He needs to be the aggressor here with 31 left. Mulhan flips the script, and all of a sudden, he starts attacking. Out of bounds. And 19.2 ticks left.
Oh, nice shot right off the whistle there by Mulhan.
King looking to counter in the last 10 seconds. Both wrestlers giving it their all here to end. King tries to pull Mulhan over, can't. And will pick up a 5-1 victory. And with that, a regular decision adds 3 points to his team's total. However, Ankeny able to hold on by a 34-31 score.
A great matchup between two great teams. Both ranked in the top 10. Something that you kind of expected to see here. We'll probably have another 10 or 15 minutes here before we get started in the final match of the night.
All right, we'll take a timeout, and we will be back with more. Again, up next, we will have Dowling Catholic taking on Waukee as we conclude this wrestling triangular on your home for high school sports, CISN.
Focus. To define what is most important and commit yourself fully. It's why at Fairway, only the best meat makes the cut. Our fresh fish is full of flavor, and our produce is picked with incredible care. It's why we have fewer aisles, greater savings, and the most personal service. At Fairway, our focus is and always will be giving you the best in meat and grocery.
In Iowa, we grow corn, but to us, corn is more than a cash crop. It's part of who we are. Corn supports our livestock, helping our animals thrive. Corn fuels us. Ethanol powers our state as we push towards a clean, burning future. Corn nourishes us. It gives us an abundance of good food that nourishes our families, helps our student athletes grow stronger. In Iowa, we grow corn. But the truth is, corn grows Iowa.
Obsessively, relentlessly. That's what you can always expect, even when faced with the unexpected. It's a service we take seriously, providing comfort in the rain, tools to help you save, a helping hand along the way, and from a safe distance away, delivering the energy you need while going the extra mile. Regardless of the times, our team remains committed to you.
Hi, I'm Joe the Car Guy with Westside Auto. Without question, the COVID-19 pandemic created many disruptive changes in our lives. Some of us got sick, jobs and income were compromised, it was difficult to even spend time with family and friends. But one thing hasn't changed, and that's Westside Auto Pro's commitment to quality service, and that will never change. We're here to make sure you get maximum performance and reliability from your vehicle. So as we all move forward, keep Westside Auto Pros in mind. You've been through enough. We'll make sure your car is the least of your worries.
Iowans know that winter means snow, ice, and freezing temps. Severe weather can make the roads downright dangerous. Truck Equipment Incorporated has the toughest work equipment that can stand up to the harshest conditions. Look for Western brand snowplows, quality you can count on. Buy new or utilize our repair services. We'll order new parts for same-day pickup or delivery. And now you can shop from home with our virtual showroom. Go to truckequipment.com today.
After 35 years in the automotive industry, I had the opportunity to build on the American dream, just like Henry Ford did over 100 years ago.
Introducing the all-new DeArmond Ford Indianola.
Like Ford Motor Company, we're a family-led business guided by our core values of hard work, trust, honesty, and integrity.
People drive to Indianola to buy Fords.
The all-new DeArmond Ford, DeArmondFord.com.
Built for America, sold by DeArmond Ford Indianola.
Here on CISN, my name's Eric Zamora, and being joined by Keith Barnes. Keith, we've seen a couple of really good matchups here, as we've seen the tough task of Ankeny being asked to first take on Waukee, and then Dowling Catholic, two top 10 teams in the rankings. Anything really jump out at you in particular of the matches we've seen, as we've seen some really good individual efforts, but I also feel like, especially towards the end there, that Ankeny Dowling Catholic, it wasn't just about trying to come up with those personal accolades, but really fighting, scratching, and clawing to try to come up with a team victory tonight.
Well, yes, and one of the things that we're going to see is, you know, every year when people start to predict who the top 10 are, and they start to look at wrestlers and give the rankings out, year in and year out, there is usually a difference, a slight difference between number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4. And then there's a gap as far as team scores, that when teams go against each other at 5 versus 1, 10 versus 1. We saw it in the earlier match, or in the earlier meet with Ankeny and Waukee. It was quite a point differential, 57-18. We're going to see if Waukee can continue to match up well against these top-ranked teams, these top 10 teams, going against Dowling, who had a slower start and finished very strong. We're going to be starting at, I believe, 126 pounds in this match, or in this meet, so we're going to jump right in at 126, and we're going to see Connor Kelly wrestling for Waukee. He's number 3 in the state. He was upset earlier tonight by number 5, Cale Cox. Dowling does not have a ranked wrestler in there, and so now we're going to see what Carson Kelly does, starting the meet off, knowing that he's had a loss, being a little frustrated, wanting to help get bonus points and get Waukee a great start. So he'll be looking to come out and do his best to get a pin right off the kicker.
Dowling Catholic in that last meet that started at the 120-pound level, dug themselves a real hole. They had 3 straight defeats by pin, and so found themselves down 18 to nothing. And through the first 5 matches, we're trailing by a score of 24-3. But I thought their resilience was really good, what we saw out of the Maroons. Their bid for a comeback, well, with 2 wrestlers to go, there was still a bid for a comeback victory, but then looking to draw even with that last wrestler at the 113-pound level, John King. But again, even though they came up a little bit short, just was really impressed with what I saw out of Dowling Catholic in the fact that they didn't put their heads down, they didn't get frustrated, they just stayed focused on the task at hand.
Right, and when coaches are going to talk to their wrestlers, you're going to meet as a group, as a team, and you're going to start talking about, okay, what are the things that we need to do in order to win this meet? And sometimes you're going to look at some of your wrestlers and say, okay, listen, you're outgunned at this weight. Do your best to save us team points. If you don't get pinned, that's 1 team point. If you don't get pinned, that's 1 team point. And when it came down to just 3 team points separating, wrestlers understand that. The team understands that. The coaches understand that. And they've been, working their way through that. And so as Dowling gets ready to go now against Waukee, who really has shown that they have great depth with 10 guys ranked on their squad, it's a situation where Dowling's going to say, okay, listen, we could get down early. Just keep the fight on. Keep working hard and do everything you can to save us a point somewhere in your match.
So Waukee, to start this triangular, victorious by a score of 57-18 over Ankeny, and Ankeny coming back in that middle matchup over Dowling Catholic 34-31. We'll take a quick step away from the action, but we'll be back with the start of Waukee versus Dowling Catholic. You're watching Wrestling Action on the Central Iowa Sports Network.
In Iowa, we grow corn, but to us, corn is more than a cash crop. It's part of who we are. Corn supports our livestock, helping our animals thrive. Corn fuels us. Ethanol powers our state as we push towards a clean, burning future. Corn nourishes us. It gives us an abundance of good food that nourishes our families, helps our student athletes grow stronger. In Iowa, we grow corn. But the truth is, corn grows Iowa.
Iowans know that winter means snow, ice, and freezing temps. Severe weather can make the roads downright dangerous. Truck Equipment Incorporated has the toughest work equipment that can stand up to the harshest conditions. Look for Western brand snowplows, quality you can count on. Buy new or utilize our repair services. We'll order new parts for same-day pickup or delivery. And now you can shop from home with our
Kelly taking on the Dowling Catholics' Dominic Quinn, and Kelly in that dark singlet on the left side separates Quinn. They'll switch ends. And Quinn using that right hand, the stiff arm attempt, but Kelly still comes up with a takedown in the first 2 points of the match.
Nice job there by Kelly as he just keeps the pressure on. He's not moving incredibly fast. He's just moving with like a tidal wave where he's just putting all kinds of pressure on. Now that he's a little bit of a flurry going on as he's trying to get that pinning combination. But it's a lot of pressure, that down and forward pressure that Quinn is doing everything he can to fight off.
And Kelly doubles his lead to 4-0 with a couple of back points. He was defeated by Cale Cox 6-3 in his first matchup. But as you kind of suspected might be the case, Connor Kelly comes out absolutely firing, and he picks up the full 6 with a pin early in period number 1.
The anticipation here is that Waukee will build a lead here, as they have ranked wrestlers here at 126, 132, 138, 145. Dowling does not have ranked wrestlers here, and so Waukee, they're going to try and do everything they can to get bonus points because they want to come out and show that they are a dominant dual team threat as well as a traditional state tournament threat.
Thurman Christensen had a pin in his first matchup and picks up a couple of points there. These two wrestling Lincoln Falkers in their matchups against Ankeny. Connor Dabney was defeated by a pin in that matchup. 40 seconds gone by here in the opening period, and right now Christensen enjoying that 4-0 lead.
Extending it to 7.
Points for Christensen. 7-0.
And Christensen again dictating play. 3 back points.
And with each one, he just seems to get a little tighter each time.
3 back points for Christensen. 13-0.
This one might be the one to end it right there.
And the winner, by fall of 132 pounds for the Warriors, Thurman Christensen.
So Thurman Christensen picks up a quick disposal
Next up on the mat,
of Connor Dabney. And now this will hit Jalen Wynn, who had an 8-2 victory over Kenny Paczynski, while Ferguson was victorious also in his match by for the senior. Ferguson now starts out with 2 points as his squad and enjoys the best possible start they could have, 12-0 after 2 matches.
Wynn spent a little time there trying to figure out just how long is Ferguson's arms. He's able to grab that low ankle from across the mat. But he is keeping the pressure on, 4-1, 1:14 left to go in the first. Waukee came out with a vengeance, and they are staying at it.
The Warriors really playing aggressive here in the opening 3 matches. Ferguson ties up in a stalemate called by the official.
Nice double leg there.
Takedown for Ferguson.
Now we're getting some back points here. A lot of pressure put on there. Nice job on that claw work. Now Ferguson goes ahead and hooks the leg in. He's going to try and now hip him over. Good pressure with the chin tilt.
3 back points for Ferguson. 12-1.
So far in these early matches, Waukee's kind of been putting on a clinic on how to score points quick.
Escape for Wynn. 12-2.
Wynn does get the escape point. And again, assuming the position once again is Ferguson.
He's going to run out of time unless he gets a lot of pressure there. And that is it. It's 17-2.
End of the period for Ferguson and your winner. At 138 pounds by
We'll go ahead and take a quick step away from the action, and we will be back in a matter of moments. You're watching wrestling action on CISN.
Mid-American Energy, we put our energy into making communities stronger, safer, and ready for the future. We support STEM education and community safety, special events, and economic development activities. We energize our cities and towns just like we have for decades, all to help make your community the place where you want to build your business, your legacy, and your life. It's another way we're obsessively, relentlessly at your service.
In Waukee, Iowa, Waukee High School, the setting for this wrestling match in Dominic Rubino, picking up where his teammates left off. 2 points for a takedown moments ago, the only scoring we have to this point, as Evan Pollard is escorted back towards his bench area. Again, the Warriors in the black, white, and gray singlet. The Maroons of Dowling Catholic in maroon and gold. This is Evan Pollard battling Dominic Rubino. And Rubino will get the positional advantage, but credit Pollard as he's auditioning for the role of escape artist, and at least to this point has kept the damage to a minimum.
So far to this point, we have witnessed two failed headlocks, one by each person, then a takedown by Rubino. Now he's looking to try and get a hip toss in here. And dropped Pollard right on his head. They're going to take a look to make sure everything's okay.
Point awarded to Pollard.
We're trying to figure out here why there was a point awarded to Pollard on that.
And so is the coaching staff for Waukee.
Yeah, Coach Volmecki is saying, listen, I understand he dropped him down here, but it wasn't a headlock attempt, so he didn't need to have his arms, didn't need to have his head and arm tied up. So
now the officials are going to confer and talk things over amongst themselves with 35.4 left in the first period.
And we're going to have to get the scoreboard straightened out, as right now it says it's 2-2. So after this, we'll try and get it figured out ourselves.
The official comes back and giving the explanation, head coach Chad Volmecki.
All right, so it is going to be a point for an escape, and it's going to be a point for overly aggressiveness.
Fair enough.
And there's certainly different ways for the crowd to get involved in matches. When there's a questionable call, crowds like to get involved in it, and right there, the official did stop Rubino from trying to get a takedown a few moments ago. Rubino did answer with a 2-point takedown right here before the end of the first period. So 4-2 going into the second.
And so Dominic Rubino, who picked up a pin victory, is first time out as he faced Ryan Allen. Looked to elevate his weight there, but was met with a ton of resistance by Pollard.
Now he's trying to hook that leg in. He's going to try and hip him over. He's working on the leg, and he's also working on trying to get a crossface here. Let's go with the leg. and works it back in. Not a lot of action going on here as Pollard's just trying to swim his way out of that leg. Rubino doing everything he can to get some back points here. He's going to have to look away and reach out on the mat and just try and pull himself across the mat to get that extra leverage and pressure on Pollard, but didn't get it done here.
We've gone into the second half of this matchup as there's 50 seconds left to go in period number 2, 4-2. They lead for Dominic Rubino.
Nice job on that power half, really pushing that head down. And he's able to scoop the head and reverse it, but body comes out of the ring. 3 back points. Coach Vomecki trying to let people know that I don't think he was quite out there.
So taking the down position is Pollard. Rubino covers and restart. Rubino there using the top of the head to apply some force and a spring kick out by Pollard.
And that's tight.
And that will be enough as Rubino picks up the 6 points.
Next up on the mat, 152 pounds for Dowling, Brady McMahon.
And McMahon comes back in, as does Colin Driscoll. Both of these wrestlers looking for their second pin of the evening. On the right side, well, now back to the right side is McMahon. Driscoll switches ends with him.
Nice job on pulling that arm drag. Not only did he pull the arm by, he pulled the whole body by. Waukee certainly getting some momentum in these early matches, now taking a 23-0 lead. 3 pins and a tech fall. Driscoll does not want to be the first guy not to get bonus points. Got a power half on. He's got the leg hooked. Try and scoot. He's got to get that shoulder away. McMahon was able to stop it the first time, but we got back points counting this time.
Driscoll applying that pressure. McMahon scrambling to do anything he can to keep himself off the mat. Now
3 back points for Driscoll.
Driscoll picks up the 3 back points and takes the first 5 points of this affair.
Driscoll really putting some pressure on, trying to roll those wrists through.
And you can see McMahon just struggling to get any sort of leverage off the mat.
Nice job building the base back up. Driscoll working through there, trying to get that spiral ride going.
Driscoll leads McMahon 5-0.
They'll start out both on their feet. McMahon. One has to be careful there as Driscoll had some nasty thoughts in mind as he tried to sweep out the leg.
And off the man, no additional points. Skate toward it. 7-1.
And initially announced as no points with them running out of bounds, but they will indeed credit Brady McMahon with an escape.
The official also talking to both of them thought things were getting a little testy there in that last sequence, and so wanted to make sure that we're still friendly.
Driscoll thought a couple of times about taking a shot. McMahon fends it off. Now he goes low.
He's going to work up to that half. He's going to have to look up here and get pressure down on those shoulders. McMahon doing a great job fighting out of that.
And a little bit of a crab crawl there from both sides. McMahon gets loose and gets the point, but finds himself trailing 12-2. 53 seconds left in the second.
Driscoll in that same position where he's going to try and come up with the half. Again, he's got this outside single going against a whizzer. And try and drag him back on. See if he can get a little bit of leverage there. He's got that arm, the elbow posted around the knee there. So he can run that corner. Now he's just got to get that arm free, and he does for two. Nicely done.
So the play does end as the two head off the mat, but not before Driscoll adds two more to his total. 14-2 in control here. McMahon looking to separate. 7 seconds left to go in the middle period. Driscoll trying to run up the score late, and the horn will sound. They start out neutral. They'll lock up.
Driscoll trying to run that underhook.
Was ready to pull the trigger. McMahon able to avoid that shot. And then McMahon at that point saw just a little bit of a release from Driscoll. Used that opportunity to get himself a breather. Driscoll, however, comes back and pins and comes away with the pin and the victory. We'll step away from the action for just a moment. We'll be back with more wrestling action on CISN.
Central Bank opened its doors in 1877 and has been proud to call Iowa home ever since. For more than a century, our family-owned business has worked hand-in-hand with friends and neighbors across the state to make their dreams a reality. Come visit us at our new location on Hickman and Waukee and see how Central Bank can make it happen for you.
Samler on Max Derry here. As Samler tries to go up above, has Derry.
Derry ranked number 7, Samler ranked number 10. This is certainly set up to be a very good match. We did see Derry do a fantastic job against Caleb Rachi earlier this evening.
Yeah, in that match, Derry really took Rachi to the full extent of the match.
Samler doing everything he can here to use the underhook he's got going on.
55 seconds left to go in the first period.
Samler was in a little bit of a tough position. He was moving backward just a little bit, forgot to bring his feet.
And no points awarded as the two are knocked from the area. As we went to break there, we actually had the Dowling Catholic side awarded a misconduct, which takes a point away from the team. At this point, the Dowling Catholic squad doesn't have one to give, so we're informed by the PA announcer that that will be enforced once Dowling Catholic gets on the board. Again, no score here as Samler and Derry once again do battle. 5 seconds left in the first period. They'll interchange hand positions. And we'll wait for the horn to sound. And they'll make this a 2-period affair.
We're starting to get into the strength of Dowling's lineup. The problem that they're going to be facing is we're also getting into the strength of Waukee's lineup.
Samler in the high position. And coming out of it is Max Derry. He'll be awarded the first point of the match for the escape.
This is one of those matches where everybody's really been looking forward to it. There's going to be a couple of more matches this evening coming up that should be very fun to watch. As Spikesma and Hagen are set to go at 195, and Karstafson and Freeman at 106 still up to come, so be ready for those.
Samler tries at the last moment to jerk Derry down for a takedown, but the play stopped for an out of bounds.
Nice shot there by Samler. He's up. Now he's just got to get a finish on it. He's around the waist. Oh, great hip movement there by Max Derry, able to stop it. No points as they go out of bounds.
Every time it seems like we're just about moments away from points being awarded, somebody finds an emergency exit door and is able to get out of harm's way.
Oh, wonderful move there by Derry as he steps through, pushes him back onto the mat. Now, I don't know if he was awarded any points. I thought he had a 2 count, but now he's actually going to get a pinning combination in. He's going to scoop the head as he's going to try and bring Samler back. Fantastic strength by Samler to get out of that. What a great flurry of action as there's a takedown and 2 back points by Derry.
And so both players there seem a little exasperated by, as you mentioned, easily the most action we've seen out of these two mano a mano. Samler gets on the board with the escape.
Samler has a little bit of an underhook here, and he's trying to get him off balance, but Jerry keeping him squared up.
Samler looked like he was going to go up and over the ropes, and he was held back by Derry midair.
Samler now trying to get more pressure on, but Deary's coming up with that bear hug. Good call by the official there on a stalemate. We came for action.
Certainly, as these two will square away with 65 seconds left in regulation. Samler trying to go low. Derry able to fend him off. Jermaine Samler, a senior, on the right side of your screen, now up top. And looked like he had that read perfectly as he saw exactly when and where Derry was looking to strike, and instead pounces and holds him off.
And Samler able to take that and move it around now. He got the 2-point takedown, going to give one away. He's got to go in there and get another takedown. Samler is putting some pressure on here at the end.
Eight seconds left. They'll unhinge. Samler looking to go right back at him. And instead it's Derry. Brings down Samler and will add to the score as he comes away with a 9-3 victory.
And your winner at 160 pounds for Dowling, Max Derry.
So Derry picks up the 3 points, however, again, because of what happened in the prior matchup. Dowling now at 2, 29-2 the score. And we'll have the...
So first points for Dowling. They do have the unsportsmanlike from an earlier match, so they have 2 points instead of 3. Unsportsmanlike is also called now on Waukee, and 1 team point will be deducted.
And so they'll trade unsportsmanlikes in back-to-back matches.
Now we're going to see who comes in at 170 pounds. They got to get the score, everything adjusted first.
So what would have otherwise been a 29-3 affair, now 28-2 in favor of Waukee.
Next up on the mat at 170 pounds for Dowling, Adam Townsend. And for the Warriors, Blake Hauk.
So we do have Hauk for Waukee, Townsend for Dowling.
Townsend on the right side in the maroon and gray singlet.
Both of these young men were the aggressors in their previous match against Nessa from Ankeny. So we'll see which one is going to be the aggressor in this one.
Hauk tries to sweep the left leg, kicked out by Townsend. And now Townsend is able to withstand that pressure and try to turn defense into offense.
Both guys trading shots here. The big difference here is Townsend has very good hip pressure, was able to get Hauk's head down onto the mat. Now he's trying to work around to get that wrist up onto his back. Wanting to lock it up and try and do that suicide roll, gator roll, and try and bring him to his back, but Townsend thought better of it.
Still on top is Townsend. Hauk, elusive underneath. And just as it looked like he was going to find some freedom, Townsend right back as the aggressor.
And Hauk has been warned for stalling, as he is not trying to improve his position all that much. again, the question of, is he able to?
170 pounds. Townsend out. 2-0.
So Adam Townsend, a junior, who had a close matchup falling by a 6-5 score to Cade Bantham, his first time out. Battling Hauk. And on top is Townsend. He covers. They start. And tries to flip Hauk. Hauk able to keep on his chest and stomach.
Nice job with that 2-on-1 there by Townsend. Hauk moving away, but not able to get far. A lot of pressure there. Townsend gets another breakdown. Now has that wing on and the wrist. This could get early dismissal.
And it will do just that as Townsend picks up the pin. And so back-to-back victories for Dowling Catholic. And that draws the score to 28-6 in favor of Waukee.
182 pounds for Dowling, Zach Schwager. And for the Warriors, Griffin Gamble.
Number 1, Griffin Gamble for Waukee against Zach Schwager for Dowling.
Gamble quickly goes to work.
Nice job running that front headlock, snapping down to get the takedown. Gamble in that same situation again. Nice job blocking the arm, getting around. Going to give up another point. On pace for a 30-14 victory.
And it's just rinse, cycle, repeat at this point for Gamble. And getting back in time is Zach Schwager, the senior.
He's got that underhook. Fell into that cow catcher. Gamble's going to start looking up, getting more pressure on.
Griffin Gamble with 2 pins tonight, and he gives his squad 12 points, 6 against Ankeny, 6 against Dowling Catholic.
Now, we got a great match potentially coming up here. Number 7, Tanner Spikesma versus number 8, Carson Hagen. The junior Spikesma versus the sophomore Hagen.
A lot of head guarding early on in this one. Spikesma backed up. And Hagen, they lock up, separate. Hagen tries to toss Spikesma. He's able to keep his balance and hold his feet. Minute 15 to go in the first period. Make that minute 14 as pushed out of bounds is Carson Hagen.
Waukee up big right now, 34-8, the team score, as only one match so far tonight has gone without any bonus points.
And off the Mando point.
They'll reset and do it again. Hagen. And slipping out is Spikesma. Now goes low with a shot.
Yeah. Dowling had won 5 matches against Southeast Polk, number 1 ranked team in Class 3A. They won 5 against them. They would like to improve the number of bouts they win this evening. So far they have 2.
And forced back off the mat is Tanner Spikesma, as we've got 17.1 left in this scoreless first period. Normally you see the feet moving right out of the gate there. It was Hagen using the arms to try to lock up Spikesma.
Well, that's one of the things that Hagen has, is he's got real good length in the arms. He's able to block very well.
First period at 195 pounds. Spikesma and Hagen.
So 0-0 going into the second, as Spikesman is going to start off in the down position.
And
nice
Spikesma
roll.
rolls out.
Spikesma got a 2-on-1 there.
Applies the Russian, but can't get it to go anywhere. A little bit of a head fake by both players, as they're just solid defensively looking.
Okay, so we got a penalty point here as Hagen went to the face a little too aggressively. Nice shot there by Hagen. Spikesman, a lot of pressure, grabbing that near side ankle. Fends it off. Now he's wondering if he can finish it into a takedown here. Hagen doing a great job getting that foot back down on the floor. Great battle here. Spikesman's got to get that hip drawn underneath. Tried to switch off to the double leg and couldn't get it done. Nice job by Hagen.
Both wrestlers here having their opportunities, but in both instances, there really just looks like the immovable object. And just as I say that, it was Hagen who has spun around and still used it as an opportunity to go after the ankle of Tanner Spikesma. .13 seconds left in the second. And you talked about that reach of Hagen, that wingspan. At this point, toward the end of the second there, he really looked gassed, and at that point he was just using it as a breather to say, hey, I'll just hold him off and let's solve this in the third. Spikesma on top, and Hagen gets the escape and draws within a point, 2-1.
Hagen was trying to set up a little bit of a side roll, but ended up in a flurry getting to his feet and out. Now we have seen this position quite a bit all night with these two guys. The only points so far have been off of 2 escapes and a penalty point. There have been attempts at shots, but both guys have defended very well. There's another attempt.
Wraps up, and keeping one leg, that was enough for Hagen, who now tries to lean on him. They'll stay at it. 50 seconds to go. Tanner Spikesman, Carson Hagan, separated by just a lone point.
Number 7 versus number 8 in the state here at 170 pounds. Excuse me, 195 pounds. And Spikesman finishes it here, but he's got nowhere to go really with it right now, as Hagan has a hold of the his ankle.
Hagan again showing his balance with just 1 foot on the mat.
He's going to end up with a flurry, or it's going to be over here, which it is.
And your winner is 195 pounds for the Warriors, Tanner Spikesman.
So Spikesman picks up a low-scoring victory, 4-1. As you mentioned, the 2 points for the takedown at the end being the dagger. Otherwise, they each traded an escape, and the penalty point factoring in huge, as obviously it forced at the end Hagan to have to play aggressively, couldn't sit back and play defense.
$37-8 here as we go into the 220-pound match. Right now, on paper, Dowling is the favorite here, as Rumley is ranked number 9 in the state. And he's certainly in position to get the takedown here. He's just got to get it finished.
And for Ralston Rumley, it is important to note, did not play in that first time through, as his lineup went against Ankeny, but they did not have anyone to face him at the 220-pound level.
So he ended up with getting a forfeit there. No points yet, as Rumley is gaining position, but Winter still has a hold of that leg. Oh, great hip action there by Rumley, getting Winter knocked off his base, but still no points. Right there on the edge of the mat. Winter holding on for a stalemate.
.35 seconds left in the first period. And finally, no points there as the play goes off the mat to the right.
Nice job by both wrestlers.
Rumley in the maroon singlet, gray bottom, and maroons written across the back in white. The famous logo of the Dowling D across the front.
So we got a penalty point here for Rumley, as Winter got a little aggressive into the face.
And we haven't seen that much at all this evening, but we see it in back-to-back matches.
Right.
We'll see if it comes back to factor in as much as it did last time around.
Yeah, sometimes there are points out there you just don't want to be chasing. Start of the second, Rumley up 1-0, but he chooses the down position. Good pressure there by Winter as Rumley works up to his feet and scoots his hips away, breaking the hands. Great escape there by Rumley.
Rumley locked around the back of the head. Winter is able to withstand that, pop out of it. Deadlocked, and Winter thought about going low, thought better of it. Minute 15 to go in the second period. Still 2-0 Rumley, thanks to that penalty point and an escape to start period number 2.
Nice job on getting that level changed, but Winter just not having the courage to go all the way through with that takedown attempt.
37-8, Waukee on top of Dowling in the team scoring. Rumley with that 2-0 lead here with 30 seconds to play in frame number 2.
That was a much better effort there by Winter as he went through with it. Rumley's kind of moving backward. I'm wondering if they're going to give some type of a warning.
Now Rumley goes forward. Winter tries to elevate him, can't. Looked like we were going to see a toss there.
Yeah. Rumley started moving forward, but Winter had everything locked up for a toss, just didn't have enough momentum to get him over.
So Winter will start on the bottom, and if he can get out of this position, he'll crawl to within 1.
Okay, Rumley called for a caution here. He didn't get the hand on the belly button. Winter gonna have to get back into this by getting an escape here. But Rumley still in charge.
Yeah.
Dowling call for red. Got an escape. If Winter can keep the pressure on and keep Rumley moving backward like he did toward the end of the second period, might have a chance to get that stall call again, tie this up on a penalty. Other than that, Winter's going to have to get a takedown, as Rumley has been in control of the match from the start.
And you talked about earlier Winter having a couple opportunities that he never really fully committed to. As that clock now reaches a minute and under, he is going to have to find a way to get back on the scoreboard.
There's a shot there. He's going to have to do another shot. If he takes another shot here before Rumley does, he might get a stall call.
Rumley tying up. Winter looking to roll out.
Winter's got to take a shot, or Rumley's got to keep moving forward.
Backing up Rumley once again.
20 seconds. Rumley's going to have to get aggressive if he doesn't want to get called for it. If Winter takes another shot, I think he's going to get a stall call.
10 seconds. Rumley ties up. 5 seconds. Rumley takes the shot, Winter does. Rumley withstands it and holds on for a 2-1 victory.
I was a little bit surprised that there wasn't a stall call there. Winter did everything he could, but you got to give Rumley credit there. He had control of it all the way through.
We'll take a quick timeout. We'll be back with more wrestling action on CISN.
35 years in the automotive industry, I had the opportunity to build on the American dream, just like Henry Ford did over 100 years ago.
Introducing the all-new DeArmond Ford Indianola.
Like Ford Motor Company, we're a family-led business guided by our core values of hard work, trust, honesty, and integrity.
People drive to Indianola to buy Fords.
The all-new DeArmond Ford. DeArmondFord.com.
Built for America, sold by DeArmond Ford Indianola.
5 seconds into the 285-pound matchup, Matt Kaputska, the senior, on Cade Batterton, a sophomore. Batterton dropping his first matchup 4-3 to Alex Schweedy. And a quick 2-point takedown followed by Kaputska, finishing it off with the pin, and 6 points for the Warriors.
And now we're going to enter a huge match at 106, number 1 versus number 2. The junior, Karstarsson from Dowling, number 1. The freshman from Waukee, Freeman, number 2.
Freeman starts things off, does the freshman with a 2-point takedown. And then Karstarsson with an escape. Another 2 points for Freeman. And the escape.
And he is going after it.
And pouncing is Freeman. Looking to rack up back points with Karstarsson bridging. And Freeman comes out with a victory just 36 seconds into the matchup here at the 106-pound weight level.
Well, hold on a second. I'm wondering if that was Karstarsson or not.
Next up on the mat at 113 pounds for Dowling, John King.
That was.
King versus Christensen. And John King quickly on his side. Takedown for Christensen.
2 back points for Christensen.
And a couple of back points before King gets the escape. 4-1. Koufax Christensen, the freshman, quickly on top. And sweeping the leg is Christensen.
Escape for King, 6-2.
Minute 12 remaining in our first period. And Christensen racking up the points here. Slithering on top of King. King trying to escape.
And it's just getting tighter. The official looking for an opportunity to pat the mat.
And
there he goes.
Finds it.
Now at 120, we're setting up to have another top 10 match. Number 8 from Waukee, Elijah Hoffbauer. Number 5 from Dowling, Ethan Mahoney.
Mahoney backed up. Takes a shot. Hoffbauer will just be played out of bounds. And waiting his opposition is Ethan Mahoney. They'll lock up. Mahoney goes low. Fought off by Hoffbauer. Hoffbauer tries to turn the tables. And Mahoney gets the first points of the bout with the takedown. 1:23 left here in our opening period.
Great flurry of action there by Mahoney as he just kept the pressure on.
And we have stoppage on the mat for blood.
There's blood on the mat. They're trying to figure out where it's coming from.
And it looks like it is Mahoney, now they're checking.
It's on green somewhere. So Hoffbauer needs to get the bleeding stopped.
We'll step away from the action as we'll come back with the final match of the night. You're watching wrestling on CISN.
Mid-American Energy, we put our energy into making communities stronger, safer, and ready for the future. We support STEM education and community safety, special events, and economic development activities. We energize our cities and towns just like we have for decades, all to help make your community the place where you want to build your business, your legacy, and your life. It's another way we're obsessively, relentlessly at your service.
Mahoney starts in the up position, being fought off by Hoffbauer. Mahoney still working from the upper spot. They both take a moment there to try to catch their breath.
Hoffbauer working up to his base, but just not enough as Mahoney is all over him. And Hoffbauer now gets called for stalling.
Mahoney still flexing his muscle and trying to use that position advantage. Mahoney flops Hoffbauer once again, and the horn sounds at the end of the first period.
Mahoney takes down in the start of the second here. Anticipation of an escape, but turns into a reversal here as Mahoney has been all offense so far. Hoffbauer in that familiar position where he got called for stalling in the first period. And if he doesn't work to improve his position, he's going to get nailed again.
And you called it just before it transpired, 5-0. Ethan Mahoney now on top. The junior, the number 5 ranked wrestler in the state at 120 pounds. Elijah Hoffbauer, ranked 8.
So we had Mahoney say that he had blood somewhere and he stopped the match. The official's still trying to figure out if there is, and it looks as though the official is going to tell Mahoney that he has been called for stalling. Coach Stanley coming over to check into things, see what's going on.
Hoffbauer gets to the point. It's 5-1. Loses his footing, and Mahoney came in red hot trying to take advantage, but Hoffbauer quickly on his feet and was able to withstand that flurry of activity.
Hoffbauer's already been called for stalling twice, so he's got to stay aggressive here, which he is. Mahoney trying to reach through and get that near ankle or near knee.
Hoffbauer is able to flip around and elude that attempt by Ethan Mahoney. looking for some separation. Mahoney. And he'll switch spots with Hoffbauer. 3 seconds left in the second period. And it will come to an end with neither side getting an advantage.
Hoffbauer's choice here. He takes the down position. He needs to have a good start here at the whistle. And that wasn't it. A little better. Again, he's got to stay aggressive, Hoffbauer does, as Mahoney continues to control the match and the tempo.
Mahoney on top, switches around, and gets credit for the takedown. And no opportunity for Hoffbauer on the escape there as he goes out of bounds, and we will stop again for blood. Take one more break, and we'll be back in a matter of moments. You're watching wrestling right here on your home for Iowa High School Athletics, CISN.
Central Bank opened its doors in 1877 and has been proud to call Iowa home ever since. For more than a century, our family-owned business has worked hand-in-hand with friends and neighbors across the state to make their dreams a reality. Come visit us at our new location on Hickman and Waukee and see how Central Bank can make it happen for you.
.124 left in regulation, and at the 120-pound level, Ethan Mahoney on top by a score of 7-2 over Elijah Hoffbauer. Hoffbauer starting in the down position. Those two jockeying for an advantage.
Hoffbauer's going to have to get moving again. The official telling him, I don't want to call you for stalling again. Get up and get moving. So he improved his position to the base and now up to his feet. And out. Nicely done.
We talked earlier about that no-quit mentality and demonstrated there by Hoffbauer with his squad. Going to come away with a decisive team victory, but would like some personal accolades in there as well. He trails 7-3.
Hoffbauer got in on a nice low single, but was not able to capitalize on it. Great job by Mahoney. He dives in, tries to get another one right off the start. Mahoney able to fend that off as well.
Hoffbauer down to 16 seconds. Mahoney instead is the aggressor, takes a shot. Hoffbauer on top and now swung around. And the match and the evening will come to an end with that victory by a final score of 7-3. 55-14. Waukee comes away with the victory. We'll take a timeout. We'll come back with your post-game show. You've been watching high school wrestling on CISN.
Focus. To define what is most important and commit yourself fully. It's why at Fairway, only the best meat makes the cut. Our fresh fish is full of flavor, and our produce is picked with incredible care. It's why we have fewer aisles, greater savings, and the most personal service. At Fairway, our focus is and always will be giving you the best in meat and grocery.
At MidAmerican Energy, we put our energy into making communities stronger, safer, and ready for the future. We support STEM education and community safety, special events, and economic development activities. We energize our cities and towns just like we have for decades, all to help make your community the place where you want to build your business, your legacy, and your life. It's another way we're obsessively, relentlessly at your service.
After 35 years in the automotive industry, I had the opportunity to build on the American dream, just like Henry Ford did over 100 years ago.
Introducing the all-new DeArmond Ford Indianola.
Like Ford Motor Company, we're a family-led business guided by our core values of hard work, trust, honesty, and integrity.
People drive to Indianola to buy Fords.
The all-new DeArmond Ford. DeArmondFord.com.
Built for America, sold by DeArmond Ford Indianola.
Here from Waukee High School, the Waukee Warriors take both of their matches in the triangular, the meets, and are victorious in that last one over Dowling Catholic by a final score of 55-14. Keith Bornes alongside me, and you know, when you take a look at what Waukee can do, obviously they've got some really talented individuals, a lot of ranked guys, Gamble, Christensen, Freeman, Kelly. Their roster is maybe most impressive, not by the individual efforts, but when you go through that list, it's the depth. It's how many different levels and ways they can attack you, and we saw that all evening here at Waukee.
Absolutely. Waukee has, Coach Volnecki has kind of set up a tradition here that wherever you start the season, you finish better. And that's just something that the guys have bought into. And most of his talent that he has here, they've been in the Waukee program all the way through. So, he's very proud of that. What we saw was Waukee separating themselves not only as a top 3 team, but if Waukee is number 3 and took care of business tonight like they did against number 7 and number 10, how good do number 1 and 2 have to be? Mm-hmm. And I think we're going to see that here after winter break with when Waukee and Southeast Polk take each other on in a duel. So we're going to see here very soon just where Waukee really is in the grand scheme of things. And the thing about, if you look traditionally at what Waukee has done, they've had several guys be ranked throughout the season. But when the end of the season gets here, Waukee's, where they started out with the ranking, they usually wrestle above that ranking at the end of the season. And so it is certainly something that the coaches take pride in and that the athletes, the wrestlers, have bought into.
Dowling only able to win 4 matchups against Waukee tonight. And for them, the highlights were Adam Townsend getting the lone pin for the Maroons, and then also getting victories out of Max Derry, Ralston Rumley, and Ethan Mahoney. If there was really a match that was a surprise, it was not that Kyler Karsarfin was defeated by Carter Freeman, but just how quickly that match was over. And again, that just goes to show you this Waukee side is talented, top to bottom, all weight classes through.
Absolutely, and with that, they feed off of each other. You get a good start, the next guy's got to continue that start, and the next guy's got to continue that. Nobody wants to be the guy that doesn't continue the great efforts.
All right, so with that, we will go ahead and put a bow, really, on the 2020 portion of the 2020-2021 wrestling here as Waukee is victorious over Ankeny 57-18. Ankeny defeated Dowling Catholic 34-31, and then in the nightcap, it was Waukee over Dowling Catholic by a score of 55-14. Again, my name is Eric Zamora. I want to thank Keith Bornes for being my color commentary for tonight's matchup, Randy Nielsen, our engineer and producer, and Pete Tarpey, our camera operator. So a final here as Waukee victorious 57-18, 55-14, and Ankeny winning the middle one over Dowling Catholic 34-31. Thanks for tuning in to this broadcast of high school wrestling right here on your home for Iowa High School Athletics, Central Iowa Sports Network. Have a fantastic evening.